never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. In South Carolina, officials prefer to double-check with jurors just to make sure, as a panel on Thursday declared disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh guilty for the murders of his wife and son.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Murdaugh was convicted on the double murder charges, as well as being in possession of a weapon during the course of a violent crime. Murdaugh admits he lied to police about his whereabouts the night of the murders and was a drug addict. However, he insists he did not kill his wife and son. A jury thought different. Murdaugh is set to be sentenced Friday morning and faces 30 years to life in prison without parole for the murders. Actor Jussie Smollett is appealing his 150-day jail sentence over his hate crime hoax charges in Chicago.
Smollett was released a year ago after serving 6 days of a sentence. The actor's attorneys have been granted 5 extensions of the deadline to file the appeal since last August. I'm Dave Collins.
It's getting a bit desperate for many mountain dwellers, still snowed in along the San Bernardino mountain range in California following a rare winter storm. There are about 800 miles of unplowed roads.
We need all hands on deck to help our residents in the mountains. Some of the pictures that were sent to us showed probably about anywhere between 4 to 8 feet of snow.
Senator Rosalicia Ochoa-Bogue says at least one woman is dead. The National Guard's coming to the area, and local fire and police are arranging ready-to-eat meals to be flown into isolated mountain communities. Most Americans are afraid of self-driving technology. A AAA survey shows 68% fear autonomous cars, up 13% from last year. The director of automotive research for the Auto Club said the significant drop in trust for the technology is unexpected but not surprising. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
The vast majority of drugs flowing across the border into Texas come through the ports of entry.
The overwhelming majority of seizures of fentanyl and methamphetamine on the federal side is at the ports of entry.
That's according to the head of the DPS who testified before state lawmakers in Austin. Colonel Steve McGraw says there are seizures between the ports, but they don't have accurate data on how often that happens. That's because state troopers with Operation Lone Star are overwhelmed by the number of people illegally crossing the border. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is laying blame on Democrats for rising crime across the country.
Today's Democratic Party has made a deliberate decision to make public safety and innocent citizens a lower priority than repeat criminal offenders.
While speaking on the Senate floor, McConnell said residents in cities such as Chicago and New York feel unsafe, noting Chicago voters tossed out incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot this week. The Kentucky Republican also accused the Biden administration's Department of Justice of targeting conservative activists. U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat from California, is in the hospital.
Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. In a statement, her office says she was diagnosed over the February recess and has been receiving treatment in San Francisco. Feinstein hopes to return to the Senate later this month. She announced in February she would not seek re-election in 2024. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then, just like that, let's get the party started here as we roll into a Friday. All right, how about that first weekend for the month of March? As we will turn the page on the calendar, work our way into March the 3rd. There you go, 3/3 of 2023. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Coming to you from our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, on I'm kind of waiting for the rain kind of night. 43 clouds right now, but it's going to be a soggy, soggy day. We got flood watches, wind advisories. Well, look at the weather map. Little bit of everything. From winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, wind advisories, and high wind warnings through much of the eastern third of the country. Yeah, then we've got more winter storm warnings, additional feet of higher elevation snow coming to California, and freeze warnings on down into central and yet portions of Southern California. And then, of course, you've got if you love a rainy night, this is your night. Rains right now. It's light rain from Louisville to just north of Nashville. You get back into southern Illinois, southern Missouri, heavy rains, torrential rains. On down into northwest Arkansas, then a well-defined line, a squall line of thunderstorms, bringing with it very strong straight-line winds, making a beeline toward Little Rock over the next hour, Shreveport, and all the way down to the north side of Houston. Looks like the intensity not nearly as strong, just a little bit of rain in Houston, but Shreveport, Little Rock, you're going to encounter some of those strong winds. Yeah, through the evening hours, those without power, the numbers had really been climbing in Texas. Now, about an hour ago, it was more than 270,000. The numbers are going the right direction. It's just under 230,000 without power at this hour. So crews, of course, going to be out working through the night, trying to get the power restored there in Texas. But, they've been talking all week about this monstrous storm. Yeah, right now, we've just got the rainy side. By the time the sun comes up on a Friday morning, the wintry side of this system will begin to unfold, possibly bringing areas from Chicago to Detroit. Chicago may very well see the largest snowfall they've seen all winter long. Take you back, though, before we break things down as far as, again, the severe weather threat that continues into a Friday and our monstrous winter storm bringing snow from portions of Illinois, northern Indiana, eventually all the way up into the northeastern USA through the weekend here. But, the power outages had been surging in Texas. Straight line winds up to 80 miles per hour. Yeah, meanwhile, the Midwest, the Northeast bracing for the heavy snow. At least 21 vehicle crashes occurred during the severe weather event across Fort Worth this past day. According to MedStar Medics, 3 crashes included rollover events, including one that involved an 18-wheeler. 4 transported to nearby hospitals. The storms striking right about rush hour as people were trying to get home from work. At the time, of course, the National Weather Service had issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the area, destructive storms, describing it at the time as a life-threatening situation. Large hail reports in many areas of Texas. We're talking golf ball size hail, multiple severe hail reports encompassing Texas through the day. 1 3/4 inch in diameter, equivalent again to about the size of a golf ball, included much of northern Texas, including Sherman and Tioga. Golf ball size hail also impacting areas to the south. Smithson Valley, San Marcos, Texas, between San Antonio and Austin. As we roll into Friday storm could be the biggest of the winter for Chicago, as we witnessed kind of a snow drought that had unfolded this winter across much of the Midwest and Northeast. Chicago has received more than 17 inches of snow so far this season, but that's well short of where they would typically be by the 1st of March. About 14 inches behind. More than 28 inches of snow had fallen by this point last year. But those numbers are going to get a boost today as a major winter storm moves through town. All right, so far this winter, the biggest single-day snowfall at O'Hare, the official observation site for the National Weather Service, was a little over 3.5 inches back in late January. Today's storm could end up dumping 6 to 10 inches around the Chicagoland area. Lesser amounts, maybe 3 to 6 for south of Chicago. They're going to be right there toward the cutoff line. The key to who in the Chicago area gets a lot of snow and who sees more rain at times will ultimately be the track of the storm. Some cold air pushing in from the north toward the end of the storm could also kind of complicate the forecast. Some places may change over to rain. That may end up going back to snow before the storm ends. But AccuWeather's storm chaser, Brandon Clement, capturing video this past day, what appeared to be a massive tornado in Jefferson, Texas, this past evening. That's in northeast Texas, Marion County, which was under a tornado warning a little before 5:30 Central Time. His footage showing dozens of downed trees, some of which had fallen over mobile homes, power lines across roadways. One clip showed several lines of trees that had once flanked a private driveway completely uprooted, blocking the roadway there. All right, we'll get to more, of course, on our big winter storm coming up here. Well, the case that some say had captivated the country for 2 years. I didn't really begin paying much attention to it, honestly, till 5-7 was calling in about it last week, and they were covering some of the live testimony. Alex Murdaugh had actually taken the stand for several days, and I was keenly tuned into that last Friday. Of course, even this past morning, Thursday morning, when the show ended, I was kind of scouring through, and they had actually released the video, the police body cam of the night that the murders had taken place. And in what it was about an hour and a half worth of footage. I didn't watch the whole thing, but when law enforcement, when authorities had first arrived, and Murdaugh was there, kind of questioning him. Here you got a guy whose wife and son were, of course, ultimately they confirmed they were dead, but first responders had arrived. This guy's out kind of walking around in a field, and he actually takes out his cell phone and called, I believe in the testimony, he called his brother, and he's waiting for the confirmation, are they dead? Are they dead? I mean, I'm thinking, if it were my wife and my son, I wouldn't be out walking around in the yard. I'd be up there, right there with the first responders, praying that they can save them. So that didn't make a bit of sense to me. But obviously, this has been a trial that's been ongoing. But yes, Alex Murdaugh guilty. The once influential attorney, what was a grisly, complex case that's gripped the nation's attention for nearly 2 years. But you've got the jury of 12 that declared Murdaugh guilty on 2 counts of murdering his wife, Maggie, and their youngest son, Paul, who was only 22, executed at close range near the dog kennels on their family estate. This goes all the way back to June the 7th in 2021. Murdaugh stood emotionless as the foreperson read the verdict. His lawyer motioned for a mistrial, which the judge swiftly denied. The evidence of guilt is overwhelming, said the judge. The scion of an influential legal family in an area west of Charleston, of course, had pleaded not guilty. He admitted, though, to lying about his alibi and to a number of financial crimes in confessions, but that dented the credibility, obviously, with the jury. So sentencing coming up later this morning, apparently facing 30 years to life in prison. But the case drew intense media coverage, given this family's political power in and around the Colton County where the trial took place. For decades, he wielded his influence. Until 2006, family members served as the leading prosecutor in the area. Murdaugh was a prominent personal injury attorney in that deep South state. But when all was said and done, he admitted to essentially stealing tons of money from some of his clients. I mean, he would win cases and settlements and get hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyer fees and actually swindle more money that his client that he was representing was supposed to get. The guy was an outright crook. But the big story over the past day, so that trial is over. Didn't take him all that long to reach a verdict either, did it? All right, who we got on board? We'll check in with our friends via Facebook on a Friday morning coming up. And, of course, the phone line's up and running. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. There we go. Got the lines open here. Oh, TGIF, says Philly Dan. Yes. Everybody have a great weekend. Good to have you on board there, Dan. Hello to Joe South. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Well, we're clear, 46 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Have a good night. On out to, southern Montana, 35. Clear roads from Butte to Billings, Montana. We've got high wind warnings, though. Billings to Bozeman, Montana. Copy the mail, 5-7. Hello, Pappy, 45 degrees on the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Hey, it's Friday. All you nocturnal listeners, hammer down, enjoy the weekend, and by all means, be safe. Rock Pit, good morning, happy Friday. Hello to the truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Partly cloudy, feels like 26 in Rochester, New York. We are expecting a snowstorm to begin about toward the evening rush here Friday evening. Just a thank you to all the truck drivers out there. Everybody stay safe. Good afternoon, hammer down. 38 degrees in Rifton, New York. Hey there, Larry, what's happening? Mary Ann says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Everybody have a super weekend. There's Kevin checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Kevin in Troy, Ohio. John Ferguson, still in the mid-40s. The GM parts train took a detour to revival services in Tip City, Ohio this evening. I'm finishing up my split sleeper break and then heading on to stormy Nashville. Wish me luck on the journey there, okay? Hello, Brain Dead. What's happening? Morning, Steve. I know it's your Friday. Hope you have a great weekend. I sent you a nominee for Dumbass of the Week, which I guess we could also nominate them for Parents of the Year. However, I was supposed to be on the road an hour ago. I'm still in the shop getting a brake issue fixed. Nothing like this fine equipment we have here. And the shop knew about it long before I hooked the trailers. I'm glad I get paid by the hour. Yes, I've got his DA of the Week, Parents of the Year nominee. Unbelievable. Yeah, we'll share that with you coming up here on a Friday. Hello, Sylvester. Cloudy today, but warm. It's about 80 degrees. I loving the freedom of speech while we have it. Just 2 weeks, Susan and I will be in Los Angeles. Hallelujah. There's the right-wing nut. Good morning from, is it San Marshal, New Mexico, where it's clear and 40 degrees? All right, good to have you on board. There's the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve. And, of course, the most informed audience out there. We're hanging in right at the freezing mark, Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Forecasters tell us at least 6 inches of wet, heavy snow starting about the noon hour today. When I was married to my ex-wife, she said I had no sense of direction. So I packed up my stuff and, there you go. Have another great show, as always. There you go. There's the Michigan Madman. Can you say TGIF? And next Monday night starts our season of racing, the super late models at All Pro Sim Racing. And every race this season will be televised on Sim Racing Network. My goal this year is to not get suspended and maybe finish in the top 10. Yeah, you got to maintain control. No retaliation there, madman. Let's see. Where's the weather? I thought you were supposed to have all the weather. All I see are stars. Oh, it's coming your way, but not yet. That's horse feathers over there on the East Coast. Clear night tonight. All right, looking forward to our winter storm coming through later Friday afternoons as the Michigan Madman. Hello to Russ. Rodney says the skunks are alive and well in the Nebraska countryside tonight. We've got 30 degrees here in clouds. Yeah, I love that smell rolling down the highway, right? Buckeye Boy. Ackworth, Georgia checks in. 60, some light rain. It's kind of been doing that most of the day. Yeah, I've had some moderate rain at times. Spent a couple of hours with the oldest grandkid today. Had a good time. Doing some office work today, getting the schedule set for next few weeks. And maybe some help billing. Have a great night and a better weekend. How'd that little dentist visit go this past day, Buckeye Boy? Did they get things fixed? Did they try to charge you? Did you walk out on them? Captain Ron checking in with 63 in Ocala, Florida. Endless commercials on TNC. Uh-oh, they got the issue again. Anyway, one day closer to the greatest day of the week, Monday. Semper Fi. All right, so yeah, they had that issue a week or so ago, and I thought Tom thought he had it fixed. Okay, so whenever he wakes up, I guess he'll get on that. But yeah, speaking of weather, yeah, March gets underway, but Chicago bracing for one of the biggest snowstorms so far this winter. As a powerful late-season winter storm moves in from the plains and eventually into the Northeast. Same storm will bring multiple days of severe weather to the south and maybe another bout of snow to New York City. And, of course, they just got their biggest snow of the season earlier this week. But Chicagoland's going to be right there on the northwest edge of the storm. I could experience a change to rain for a period there. Yeah, enough cold air should remain in place long enough to allow at least a plowable snow to fall across the city there direct. All right, we'll break more of that down for you coming up. Cross-country system. As we make our way into a Friday, of course, we'll get to your calls. Jump on in here. It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A jury has found Alex Murdaugh guilty of the double murder of his wife and son. The once wealthy, high-profile South Carolina lawyer was also convicted on other charges.
Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. Verdict, guilty.
The jury came back from deliberations within hours Thursday following weeks of testimony. Murdaugh is set to be sentenced Friday morning and faces 30 years to life in prison without parole for the murders. A Maryland mayor is under arrest now on child porn charges. Democrat Patrick Woyan was arrested for possession and distribution of child pornography and has resigned as the College Park mayor. Cops say that a social media account linked to Woyan was in possession of and distributing suspected child porn. The 47-year-old is facing 56 counts in the case and is being held at the Department of Corrections. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
O'Reilly. Need new wiper blades but not sure which ones are right for you? The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. We'll show you options for your vehicle and even install your new wiper blades for free. Right now, save $10 per pair on Bosch Focus wiper blades so you can see better in any weather. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yeah, we'll get to your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. And welcome into a Friday. Well, east of the Eastern Time Zone. Good evening to those out west. You'll be joining us here. Across time zone to time zone into the third day of March here. Looks like maybe the president got Eagle's message. Can't help but chuckle. Train derailment on February the 3rd. Today is March the 3rd. Of course, the president yet to actually be on the scene. And yesterday, he pledged at some point, he will visit East Palestine, Ohio. I've spoken with every official in Ohio, Democrat and Republican, on a continuing basis, as in Pennsylvania. Now, speaking to reporters, we will be implementing an awful lot through the legislation here, and I'll be out there at some point. Well, then the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, later could not confirm the president's comments that he made while he was leaving a lunch with Senate Democrats there at the Capitol. According to her, she said, I have no new travel plans to announce at this time. But Biden's indication that he would eventually visit, as both Republicans and Democrats blasting him for actually meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kyiv, as this crisis in East Palestine was actually at its pinnacle at that point. Now, of course, they ordered Pete Buttigieg and the EPA administrator to the town, and they've since activated FEMA personnel. Of course, Biden criticized for waiting weeks to even send Buttigieg and Reagan over there. The FEMA aid also initially was denied, but oddly enough, it was finally approved a day after former President Trump announced his visit to East Palestine. While I'm glad the EPA administrator will visit the site today, it's unacceptable that it took 2 weeks for a senior administration official to actually show up. That was the quote from Joe Manchin of West Virginia. The damage done, and to not just East Palestine, but the surrounding area, it's awful. It is past time for those responsible to step up to the plate. We did share last evening that more of the actual cleanup personnel who are coming down ill, working to clean up that site. We did get an update from Governor DeWine in Ohio, an update on how much liquid and soil, what's actually been removed from that site to this point in time. But so we'll update you on all that good stuff coming up here. What do you think, Eagle? President Biden will be, at some point in time, he's going to go to East Palatine. I'm kind of with you, what you said last evening. At this point, it's like too little, too late. I don't think he's going to get a warm reception.
No, it's like I say, that's what I'm going to talk about in a couple of the governor of Ohio. Yeah, Steve, like I told you, I'm going to put Donald Trump in this deal. Like I told you last night, Donald Trump already came to this town, did what he had to do, and he's not the president. Joe Biden, like I said, Steve, the day he was supposed to go to Ohio should have been the day he flew. He flew over to Ukraine, like I told you when it happened. Joe Biden should have stopped that plane in Ohio before he went over to Ukraine on the way to that trip there. And nobody wouldn't have never said nothing about it. That's when he should have did the deal. It's too late now, and you could his so-called press secretary, a liar, or whatever you want to call herself. She can lie all she wants. It's too late for Joe Biden. And besides, to show up now, he showed his true color. He showed who he cares about, and it definitely ain't the people in Ohio. But Steve, the governor of Ohio, I want to talk about him for a minute. First of all, please tell me that you didn't vote for that man to be governor of your state.
He is the, quote, Republican. The choice, it's, as we so often have, the lesser of two evils. Yeah, I did vote because he is supposed to be the Republican. The alternative was the Democrat. But, yeah, I mean, it's sad when that's all you have. I could not believe that he actually won in the primary. I did not vote for him in the primary, but turned out he won in the primary, so I didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think he's one of those guys that I really believe that he's a Democrat disposing as a Republican. Sort of like the Mike Pence guy, who was president for Trump. He says that he's a Republican, but he damn sure don't act like it. But here's how it goes with this guy, Steve. I'm hearing a lot. I seen something on TikTok. He was in Ohio, and he refused to ask any questions. One of the reporter asked him the question. Mike DeWine, or whatever his name is, he said that it's safe to drink the water, but then he said he thinks that all the people in the city need to drink bottled water. Now, what the hell is he talking about?
Right.
It's safe to drink the water, but he wants people to drink bottled water. So here, and then they asked him one other question, and he refused to answer that question either. Here's how it goes, Steve. Mike DeWine, he's not responsible for the train accident, the train bearing getting hot, overheating, causing the train to derail. But here's why I got a problem with this guy. It's because he needs to be truthful with the people of this city and let them know what's really going on. He's going around telling these people that it's safe to be in this town, and it's obvious it's not from what, listening to your show last night. Break, the man is talking about workers are getting sick that are trying to clean up this mess. That tells me that there's not a safe environment for those people that live there. And that's the problem I have. See, he needs to be honest with the people of this city. Some of those people in that town voted for that man, and he at least owes them that. He's, like I said, I'll repeat myself. He's not responsible for the train accident. He doesn't work for the train company, but he is the governor of the state, and he owes it to those people to be honest with them and let them know that it's not a safe environment to be in. And that's the problem I have. Now, let's move on to this other loser, Steve. This Lori, ex-governor, mayor, whatever you want to call her, of Chicago. Now she's on the same trip. She's playing the same role she played when she was in office. She's saying the reason why she didn't win re-election is because she's black and because she's a woman. She's going to that card again.
Yep.
That she's being treated unfairly because, what'd you say?
I said, yep, that's her go-to. First of all, the race card, the female card, and don't forget the gay, the fact that she's a lesbian.
Yeah, she's using all three of those cards. Well, I got bad news for you, Lightfoot. That's not why you didn't get reelected, because people are tired of seeing the crime rate out of control. People are tired of seeing their kids and young kids and daughters being gunned down in the streets, and you doing absolutely nothing about it. That's why you lost your job. You had plenty of opportunities to get the job done, and you couldn't do it. So nobody wants to hear this race card garbage, because that's all it is garbage. People, they voted for you. They voted for you to get you in, which I still can't believe to begin with. But like I said, she's out of a job, and that's a good thing. And more people like her around America need to be put out of work, because we can't have these type of things going on in America with the violence. It's like we talked about this so many times. There's more people gunned down in Chicago, Steve, than a war zone, than Afghanistan and Pakistan and countries overseas. A war zone. Chicago is basically a war zone right now, and it's a damn shame. And she did nothing about it, so she deserves to lose her job. So go find something else to do. She'll probably end up I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see her on CNN television with the rest of those crybabies on that channel, like Don Lemon. It wouldn't surprise me if she got a job working for CNN, so she can really tell some lies and actually get paid to do it. So that's how that story is gonna go with her, Steve. And like I say, like I told you so many times on the radio, Steve. Hopefully, Lori, like my grandfather used to say, she can walk out the door, and like my grandfather, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Have a good Friday there, Eagle. All right, earlier this week, I did share the scenario. I believe there were 8 scenarios, the lies that continue to come, the mixed messaging coming from East Palestine, Ohio. And one of those was the fact that the Environmental Protection Agency was not, to date, 3+ weeks after the incident, they were not testing for dioxins. Why? I think the story said that they likely were testing, but not making it public, because that would be the kind of thing that would probably ultimately force them to evacuate, to get the people the hell out of there. Now, lo and behold, this past day, Thursday, March the 2nd, nearly a month after the incident, the EPA ordered Norfolk Southern to begin testing for dioxins, a family of toxic chemicals that cause cancer and various other ailments, following weeks of complaints by local residents that the EPA wasn't testing for dioxins. Why? They know dioxins can form when vinyl chloride is burned. Of course, that's exactly what they did. Now, their excuse, they held off on testing, arguing because dioxins are ubiquitous in the environment from other widespread sources like burning fossil fuels, it may be hard to tell whether any contamination found at the site was present prior to the crash. Dioxin testing is also expensive, although the EPA will require Norfolk Southern to pay, they say. In response to concerns shared with me by residents, the EPA will require Norfolk Southern to sample directly for dioxins under the agency's oversight and direct the company to conduct immediate cleanup if contaminants from the derailment are found at levels that would jeopardize people's health. That's Michael Reagan. But again, a month after, you haven't tested for this stuff at all yet? All right, because dioxins, we just said, they're ubiquity and the long time they last in the environment before breaking down. The EPA said it ordered the railroad to conduct a study of dioxin levels in parts of East Palestine not affected by the derailment to make a comparison to the affected sites. That would be pretty much a no-brainer. They said they're reviewing Norfolk Southern's draft plan to use advanced laboratory technologies to identify a dioxin fingerprint when testing soil. If it can be developed, they said it may be able to tell if certain dioxins came from the crash or were already present. However, in making the announcement, the EPA also downplayed the risk of agency testing for 19 indicator chemicals that can suggest whether dioxins were released, has suggested a low probability for the release of dioxin from this particular incident, they said. Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown, and that's the Democrat. You got Republican J.D. Vance, both urging the EPA and state authorities to test for dioxins. River Valley Organizing, a local nonprofit that has advocated for dioxin testing, praising the order from the EPA. While this is a good first step, there's still a whole lot more the community needs from the Norfolk Southern, the EPA, and other state and federal agencies. Folks need relocation and safe housing, independent testing that they can trust, and ongoing medical monitoring, all paid for by Norfolk Southern, adding that they're urging the EPA to stop sending contaminated soil to be burned in an incinerator in East Liverpool, Ohio, about 17 miles south of East Palestine. Numbers from the governor this past day. All right, DeWine released the following information as the derailment site continues to be the focus of cleanup efforts, with more than 2.1 million gallons of liquid wastewater being hauled out so far. They break it down. 1.6 million gallons have been shipped to Texas Molecular in Deer Park, Texas. 300,000 gallons to Detroit Industrial Well in Romulus, Michigan. 190,000 gallons to Vickery Environmental. They're in Vickery, Ohio. We've also hauled more than 1,400 tons of solid waste from the derailment site, 4 different locations. 440 tons to the New Rochelle, Rockdale, Indiana location. 440 tons to the Ecology Wayne Disposal, Belleville, Michigan. 370 tons to the East Liverpool, Ohio location. 140 tons to the Ross Incineration Services in Grafton, Ohio. According to DeWine's release, private well sampling is still ongoing. It continues to show no harmful level of contaminants. The Ohio Department of Health received 12 more samples for testing as of noon Friday. 5 of the wells showed no detectable contaminants. 7 did show trace detections at levels below safe drinking water standards. To date, 57 private well samples have been tested. None to date have shown any harmful contaminant levels from the derailment. And the footnote that, of course, the EPA also announced they will begin testing for dioxins. I don't know. Who do you trust? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get back to the calls here. Who we got? I got the Bargain Hunter. Oh, Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. What's going on, Bargain Hunter? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I've been looking forward to this weekend. I'm going to go down.
Hey, I'm not sure what's going on with your headset there, Bargain Hunter. You sound like you're in a well or something.
A well?
That's better.
Any better?
That's better.
Okay. How's that?
That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I messed up my Bluetooth, so I'm waiting for a new Bluetooth to be delivered. But so I just put you on the regular phone. Yeah, I wanted to talk about, before I get to what I wanted to talk to you about, yeah, I agree with you about who do you trust with the government and everything up in the, without contaminated soil and the water. It's, there's just way too much. I'm actually glad I don't live up there because I honestly wouldn't know what to do. And who do you trust? Exactly what you said. They're going to lie and do anything to protect it. And exactly what you said. It's all about the money. They didn't want to make that test because, it costs too much for the test. I'm like, really? It's going to cost a lot more. I mean, that whole town's just going to be lined up just nothing.
I mean, that's supposedly, like the story I had earlier this week said, if dioxins are in the, if the dioxins are found there, that would pretty much warrant having to mandatorily get those people the hell out of there. And, what's that going to cost them?
Exactly. It's going to cost more than anybody can imagine. These people's lives are uprooted. And it's easy to just say, okay, pack up and move. But when you've been in the same place, and some of them people probably been there all their lives, it's not just easy to just pack up and say, okay, easier than said than done and just go and decide to move somewhere and say start over. They got roots and generations has been there. They probably got family member that's been buried there for years, and it's like, okay, just move. And they act like it's not a big deal around it. But the reason why I called is, I don't know, have you heard about the Kobe Bryant, the lawsuit that his wife did?
Quite honestly, I have not.
Okay. His wife, if you remember when when the helicopter crashed down, the sheriff took some photos and he released them to a couple people. And they put a gag order on it and said, do not release the photos. And nobody in the public has seen the photos of the crash from what the LA sheriff took on a cell phone. So Kobe Bryant's wife, I really don't know her name, she decided that since he took the photos and released them, she's going to sue the L.A.
Okay.
That they settled out of court. I'm pretty sure Kobe Bryant was well off and left his family, pretty well off. Well, photos, it cost the taxpayers, because that's who pays this bill, $20 million.
How many? 20,
and then
20
another
million?
lady, yes, Steve, $29 million they settled for photos that they took but was not allowed to release. Another lady, her husband was on that plane also, or the helicopter, and she settled for $20 million. That's $49 million of taxpayers' money in California.
For the sheriff taking a few photos. Wow. I've got to hit the clock here and get my news break, but we'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. In South Carolina, officials prefer to double check with jurors just to make sure, as a panel on Thursday declared disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh guilty for the murders of his wife and son.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Murdaugh was convicted on the double murder charges as well as being in possession of a weapon during the course of a violent crime. Murdaugh admits he lied to police about his whereabouts the night of the murders and was a drug addict. However, he insists he did not kill his wife and son. A jury thought different. Murdaugh is set to be sentenced Friday morning and faces 30 years to life in prison without parole for the murders. Actor Jussie Smollett is appealing his 150-day jail sentence over his hate crime hoax charges in Chicago.
Smollett was released a year ago after serving 6 days of a sentence. The actor's attorneys have been granted 5 extensions of the deadline to file the appeal since last August. I'm Dave Collins.
It's getting a bit desperate for many mountain dwellers, still snowed in along the San Bernardino mountain range in California following a rare winter storm. There are about 800 miles of unplowed roads.
We need all hands on deck to help our residents in the mountains. Some of the pictures that were sent to us showed probably about anywhere between 4 to 8 feet of snow.
Senator Rosalicia Ochoa Bogues says at least one woman is dead. The National Guard's coming to the area, and local fire and police are arranging ready-to-eat meals to be flown into isolated mountain communities. High winds have left hundreds of thousands of people without power across Texas. On Thursday, Texas utility Oncor reported over 260,000 homes and businesses were without electricity. Tornadoes were reported east of Dallas, as well as in parts of Louisiana, and around 3.5 million people were under tornado watches. The watches stretch from East Dallas into Arkansas and North Louisiana. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The vast majority of drugs flowing across the border into Texas come through the ports of entry.
The overwhelming majority of seizures of fentanyl and methamphetamine on the federal side is at the ports of entry.
That's according to the head of the DPS who testified before state lawmakers in Austin. Colonel Steve McGraw says there are seizures between the ports, but they don't have accurate data on how often that happens. That's because state troopers with Operation Lone Star are overwhelmed by the number of people illegally crossing the border. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is laying blame on Democrats for rising crime across the country.
Today's Democratic Party has made a deliberate decision to make public safety and innocent citizens a lower priority than repeat criminal offenders.
While speaking on the Senate floor, McConnell said residents in cities such as Chicago and New York feel unsafe, noting Chicago voters tossed out incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot this week. The Kentucky Republican also accused the Biden administration's Department of Justice of targeting conservative activists. U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat from California, is in the hospital.
Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. In a statement, her office says she was diagnosed over the February recess and has been receiving treatment in San Francisco. Feinstein hopes to return to the Senate later this month. She announced in February she would not seek re-election in 2024. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you much. Back on a Friday. TGIF. Arizona Department of Public Safety releasing results from their week-long enforcement effort. targeting commercial vehicles. Operation Southern Shield that took place February 20th to the 24th. Officers concentrated on commercial vehicles traveling on I-10 from Phoenix to the New Mexico state line and I-19 from Tucson to the international border, placing special emphasis on reckless driving, failure to use a turn signal, failure to yield right-of-way, seatbelt use, cell phone use. 693 commercial vehicle inspections, and that recorded 2,238 driver vehicle examination report violations. Additionally, 106 vehicles and 135 drivers were placed out of service. Pretty big numbers, huh? Purpose of Operation Southern Shield is to target hazardous driving violations, conduct commercial motor vehicle inspections, and educate drivers on safe, compliant operation to reduce crashes involving commercial motor vehicles. It's a lot of out-of-service orders, though. What's happening, Monkey Gouger? Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday, Steve. Boy, I tell you what, justice has been served in South Carolina. Mr. Murdaugh thought he was going to get off killing his children and his wife and who else knows what this murdering bastard who he killed. He was served justice tonight. They found him guilty.
Right. I mean,
at 9:30.
I tuned in last week when I think it was the second day that he was on the stand, and I happened to catch the coverage when they actually caught him in the lie, and then his alibi, and then he tried to change that story. And I mean, the guy could be pretty darn convincing, but I don't know. I didn't believe him. If I was on the jury, I would have found him guilty too.
Well, you know, Steve, talking about that right there, he had a lot of people. I mean, even the analysts at Fox News yesterday was saying, I said, they ain't going to get no unanimous decision.
They thought it was going to be they thought a hung jury. They thought for sure that at least one of those 12 wouldn't go with it.
Right. And JJ called me last night and he said, what do you think? I said, JJ, I believe that guy's going to walk. I said, whatever happened when they took them people out there to that house and that prosecutor showed them what took place, and then they had a reenactment in the courtroom with the guns and stuff and said there's no way that, the lie he's telling, ain't right.
Yeah.
Plus, they were talking tonight that they caught him in the lie over the the dog pen incident down there when he said he wasn't there, and they heard him talking, and they got in Paul's phone, and and they were saying tonight that his son got even with him from the grave, just to prevail. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. Did you hear what happened this morning before they got in the courtroom?
No, sir.
They had to excuse one of them jurors that was out there jacking a jaw about the case, and they got back to the judge, right?
Oh.
So they brought her in the courtroom, set her down, said, you've been excused. And she said, you leave now. And she said, well, I need to get my dozen eggs. He said, don't worry about your dozen eggs. We'll get them for you. You just get out. I mean, here this woman is sitting on a jury, and she just been excused, and she's worried about a damn dozen eggs.
Wow.
Well, I forgot, the eggs are $5 a dozen. The stupidity in this country just goes on and on and on and on. But that's them fools from down in that low country. But I got a phone call a couple of days ago that kind of startled me. And you never know who you mingling with. It's like 4 or 5 years ago, I called you and told you about that incident in Knoxville, Tennessee, when I was at the truck stop, when they had to caught them 2 murderers right in front of me. And we was at a barbecue down there in the Low Country, and it's a big get together of all the produce haulers, and people that's hauled produce over the years and done business with this guy. And a buddy of mine that he goes to that thing every year. I ain't been down there in a couple of years and been busy. And he called me the other day. He said, "Hey, Monkey Gouger." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You know Robert Murdaugh?" I said, "Never seen him before in my life." He said, "You're a liar just like him." I said, "I got photographic image of you and him shaking hands about 12 years ago." I said, "Do what?" He said, "Yeah, him. You was standing at they had walked up in the crowd, and he was talking to you, and you shook hands with him." I said, "Oh, hell no." I said, "You pulling my chain." Well, he sent me the picture. I said, "Oh no, boy."
Really?
I mean, Steve. Yeah, you never know. And come to find out, this guy was a lawyer to handle some affairs for some people that was at this barbecue. And I mean, you never know who you're gonna run. Who you're gonna get acquainted with.
Yeah.
Who you're gonna run into, or anything. And I said, "Hell, I'm racing that damn picture. I don't want that thing getting out there by me shaking hands with an idiot."
Wow.
And then, I tell you, Steve, I am so glad that they got that guy. He faked the suicide. He probably had something to do with that. And then, his son was involved in that boating accident a couple of years ago where they hit that bridge down there and killed that young girl, and he got off of that. I mean, I hope they have put the fear of God in some of these crooked people down there doing this thinking they can get away with murder because they got money, and today it proved money can't buy you out of trouble.
Yep.
But
I mean, did you see the footage which I was talking about out of the box when they released like the police body cam video when the night that police had just arrived on the scene and he admitted that he had a gun that was over in his vehicle but he's out there walking around in the field out there while the first responders are tending to his wife and his son. I mean, am I wrong? If that was your wife and your child, you would be right there, up there with them. I mean, obviously they're going to tell you to stand back or whatever, but you'd be right there hoping that they could resuscitate and save your spouse.
I would be doing anything I could to help them. There were so many red flags that were shot up during this thing. And then they try to take the line. Now, I'm a liar. I lied about this. I done this. I lied about this. Well, guess what? You lied about killing your family too, you jackass. And they got you tonight. They got you in service. They're gonna sentence him tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay.
What was so ironic about this thing is the Attorney General was down there and they were arguing about when the sentencing was going, and the judge looked at the Attorney General and said, "When do you want to start the sentencing process?" He said 9:30 in the morning. Bam! It'll be at 9:30 in the morning. But moving on, Steve, our illustrious person that occupies that White House up there, I believe he has stepped in the poo-poo this time. Have you heard what he did?
Several things. What's the latest? Laughing at the fentanyl death people, or which one?
Yeah, that's where I would go, laughing at them people and said, "You can blame that on the previous administration." And buddy, they are on his ass like white on rice now. I mean, this idiot, all last weekend, he made an ass out of himself up there. Couldn't carry on the conversation, couldn't read the teleprompter, couldn't do nothing. And then he gets up there and starts laughing in those people's face about, "You can blame that on the previous administration if you had a person that died of fentanyl."
Mm-hmm.
Ha, 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 ha. What a jackass, But, Steve, last night, you had me on hold, and I was cruising up through there, you know, just enjoying the night ride, you know, last night some not all this horrific weather that took place in Texas today. Just bumping along there, and I look in the mirror, and the light on my unit went from green to yellow and started flashing. I said, uh-oh, this ain't good. So I got out the truck. I hung up, got out there in the truck. My damn unit is just flashing all kind of stuff all over. I never seen one do this before in my life. So I knew Grump was still up, so I called Grump. I said, hey, Bo, I said, I got a problem. And he said, what is it? I said, man, this thing here is flashing more damn cold than a disco sign on a damn country store. And he said, well, what's it doing? I said, man, I ain't never seen one do this. So he said, cut it off. Let's cut it off and see what it does. So I cut it off. And it'll give it about 2 minutes to reprocess.
Mm-hmm.
Cranked it back up. It run about 3 minutes, and boom, it started it all over again. You know, here I got a critical load on, minus 20 degrees, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. And this thing's acting up. I said, hey, I'll call you back in a minute. I'm gonna call them people up at the headquarters for this unit. So I called, and their guru happened to be working last night. And so I called him. I said, hey, this is monkey gouge. He said, yeah, what's wrong? I told him. He said, okay. He said, what we need to do is we need to disconnect the battery from it. I said, what? He said, disconnect the battery. Just disconnect the ground or whatever you can get off of it. Just disconnect it, and I'll stay on the phone with you. So here I am, you know, I got one arm. I'm out there hanging on the side of this unit trying to get this damn rusty-ass bolt off of this damn thing. Finally got it disconnected, put it back together. And I said, all right, I held it off of there for 2 minutes. We're going to let it recycle, see what happens. So it cranked up. It went in defrost. And we were sitting there talking, and he said, well, hold on a minute. Just sit right there a minute. Don't move, and let's see what happened. Well, nothing happened. He said, okay. He said, let me tell you what it's done. He said, there's a microprocessor back there in the back. He said, if we cut it off and it don't cycle this time, you got two choices. You can take a chance on delivering that load and hope it holds through the night, or either you can crawl up over them 44,000 pounds of damn French fries you got there. I said, oh, man, ain't this a mess? So we cut it off, got it back, cranked it back up, and I heard it when the micro switch flipped. I said, and it opened the damper door back up. I said, hey, I just heard it shift. He said, don't cut it off. He said, now we got to play some other tricks with it. So he walked me through the process of getting through there and going and playing tricks with this thing, making it thinking it's doing one thing that's not doing another, you know?
Wow.
And so we got that. Make a long story short, I got the first stop off, and it was about 6:30 this morning. So I hauled Buggy down there to the carrier place, pull up in there, and told him I'm loaded, you know, what's going on with it, everything. And he says, well, can we get to it? I said, yeah. I said, there's 8 but 2 pallets left on the truck. You can get up in there to it. And he said, okay. He said, well, we got a test we got to run on it. I got looking at the labor rate in that place, $248 an hour labor rate. You know, I mean, don't come out my pocket, but still,
yeah.
200. They ain't nobody worth no $248 an hour. So he messed with that thing for about an hour and a half, and he come out there and he said, well, here's the problem. I said, what's that? He said, I took a block of wood and jammed it up there where that thing can't close no more. He said, but that microprocessor, it comes from China. And there's about a 6-week backlog on them, so we got units sitting all over the place out there that need them, and we can't get them. I said, you've got to be kidding me. He said, no. I said, this ain't the first time I've run into this year.
Yep.
I mean, you know, I reckon the best I can say is screw China. Let's get some stuff made in this here United States of America. And I mean, it's pitiful, Steve. And I think this thing costs like $36.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just outrageous at what's going on out there. I am so glad I ain't got but 2 more years left in this trucking game, and I'm out of here. I mean, when I seen that labor rate and everything, I mean, I thought I can $248 an hour. I mean, what in the world can a man do for $248 an hour?
Right.
It's just damn ridiculous. But anyway, buddy, that's about my night of excitement and everything else going on. And how you gonna drink a lot of them Skull Busters this weekend?
You know, today, Friday, looks like it's just gonna rain. I don't think we got anything. There ain't much on the books this weekend. We'll see.
Well, I tell you what, I think about you about down there about Monday afternoon when I'm laid back on that golf, playing that cow pasture pool, riding around in that limousine, drinking them Bud Lights, hitting that little white ball. I'll think about you.
There you go. All right. Yeah, well, and then enjoy your time at Myrtle Beach next week.
Yeah, I'll send pictures. You can believe I'm going to have plenty of pictures. The only thing about going down there this time of the year, the only people you see down there, them people from north of the border, and they all top out about 400 pounds walking around in them bikinis, and you can't find out, you don't know if they got a bikini on or not for the blubber they got hanging around down there. We'll leave it at that. Hey, I'll catch you later, buddy.
Have a good one. There you go, and we'll return in 2 on a Friday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Goucher was talking about, I guess, just the latest faux pas for the president. For decades, I mean, Joe Biden has been known for his gaffes, right? Constantly open mouth, insert foot. Representative Beth Van Dyne of Texas offered a candid assessment of President Biden and his apparent laughing off a story involving a woman losing 2 of her children to fentanyl poisoning. A visual which potentially paints Biden in a negative, insensitive light with the American people, you think? Yeah, we're as frustrated as anybody else about the spiraling rate of fentanyl deaths. While appearing on American Agenda this past day, She said, I can't tell you how many phone calls I've taken talking to parents in North Texas who've lost children to fentanyl. It's crazy this is happening, and apparently we have a president who doesn't see how terrible this is for our country. The fact is, we have a bill to stop it. Now, according to Van Dyne, more than 100,000 have died from fentanyl poisoning since Biden took office in January of 21. Fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 45. We know it's coming from the southern border. We know it's being provided by China, yet we have an administration that's finally admitting it. But they're not doing anything to solve it. She then went on to say that the White House must stop enabling and empowering the drug cartels that also specialize in the dangerous realm of human trafficking. It's time for the federal government to classify the drug cartels as a terrorist group. You have an administration that doesn't see this as a serious concern in this country. The amount of fentanyl needed to kill somebody is so small and so deadly. I mean, there's enough fentanyl being seized along the southern border to kill every man, woman, and child in this country multiple times over. Yeah, we've got to take this seriously. All right. Proper enforcement of existing immigration laws could clear up a lot of the migrant overflow in probably roughly a month's time. Yeah, so he tried to laugh it off because I guess the 2 children that this woman had lost did indeed die from a fentanyl overdose when then Donald Trump was president. So I guess he's trying to make it sound like it's not a problem anymore. You know, it's just the latest gaffe. There you go. What are we looking at? All right, get a news break coming up here. Back to your calls. See what's going on with Senor Heatwave and Horse Feathers, Hillbilly, and so many others as we head into a Friday, getting set for the weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Residents in East Palestine, Ohio, are making sure officials know they are angry and frustrated in the aftermath of last month's hazardous waste train derailment. They expressed their grievances Thursday evening during a public meeting that included EPA, CDC, and FEMA agents, as well as the Ohio Congressman Bill Johnson and a representative from Norfolk Southern. The 2 biggest issues among residents were health concerns and financial hardships caused by leaving their homes. Many said they were tired of hearing numbers about toxins and air quality and wanted direct assistance with temporary relocation. One resident said he had to move his family of 5 into his brother's 1-bedroom house, while another resident said he severely injured his hand and lost his job as a result of the contamination. Another week, another rise in mortgage rates. Freddie Mac says the rate for a 30-year mortgage came out to an average of 6.65% for the week that ended yesterday. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, and good morning from a very stormy Texas, from TNCRadio.live. Of course, bringing you the best in radio programming for the trucking community. Available on 4,000 devices, even Roku TV. Yeah, of course, along with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, you can hear daytime sports talk, the Truckers Network radio show, and of course our prime time programming each evening, repeating each morning. As in, coming up here on a Friday morning, it's Thursday night's Highway Fever with Charlie Claiborne. This time, Charlie talks with a couple of brokers who talk about what to look for when deciding what type of broker you should work with. Due to a little blip, we missed the correct shows for Thursday morning, so after Highway Fever, stay tuned for Wednesdays. Keep on talking in Clutch Time Sports. And then stick in later for the morning grind. Tom and Bill have all the latest info on the weather across the country, impacts on traffic, which looks like it's going to be pretty significant as we progress through the coming day there. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor, from Hatch, New Mexico, where it's red or green all the time. Well, I'm glad to hear that the jurors come up with the decision to put that lawyer in prison, or at least find him guilty. I'm sure some people ain't going to take too kindly to Gouger's remark about the lower country people, but you know, you got idiots no matter where you go, whether you're high or low stature or living in the high country or the low country. I mean, people, we as a species are stupid. And we have to learn by constant repetition. You know, so, and that includes me. So, but, yeah, so I guess maybe there might be faith in the system that whenever Alec Baldwin gets put in jail or whenever he goes to trial, that they may actually say he's guilty. But then again, it is New Mexico, so I don't hold that too much. I've got to apologize to the drivers out there here on 25 and now on 26 and then soon to be on I-10. Either passing me or coming at me. I've got the low beams that are shooting way too high, so it looks like I got my high beams on all the time. And all I can say is, I'm sorry, I wrote it up. They just didn't take care of it. So
you got drivers flashing their brights at you, trying to say, turn them down, dummy.
Yeah, exactly. And all I can do is flash them brighter. And, you know, I don't blame them. I don't like it either. My co-driver don't like it, but that's just the way it is. So, but the main reason why I called, Senor, you know, this 5G network is supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Well, right here in Hatch, there's a couple of towers out here that show on my phone that I've got full bars of telephone service and I've got 5G. But when I go back to listening to the show on the app, it acts like I'm offline. And that's both Facebook and your app, the overnightdriveradio.com. So I'm wondering, are other people out there having the same issues with their coverage? Now, granted, mine is T-Mobile, but I mean, if it says 5G, then it should be working just fine. But that's what I'm trying to see, if anyone else has got the issues, or if it's just me, or if it's just T-Mobile in general.
Well, very interesting. First I've heard of anything like that, so.
Yeah, and I've seen that in areas along 10, along 40, along 25, where you know you've got the service, but you're not getting the shows, or you're not getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
Any app, you know, XM, well, it'll blink off. So I mean, it's just something I thought I'd pass along and see if anyone else has got the same issues. But other than that, I am getting into an area where I will not have any kind of signal real soon, so I better let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good weekend, and I'll see if I can't call you back here in a little while.
All right. Yeah, safe travels. Enjoy your night and your weekend if we don't talk again. And it's 844-844-3388. I did a double check here a little bit ago, and apparently the link is still not there to the seat giveaway via the overnightdriveradio.com link. Now, the link exists. You can find it on my Facebook page, the Hot Shot Secret page, and this is for our Bostrom seat giveaway coming up at the Mid-America Truck Show. I did just send Josh and Chad an email to get that link up. So, yeah, later this morning when they wake up for a Friday, get things underway at the office, I'm sure they'll get that link via overnightdriveradio.com. But in case you had not yet heard, yes, we've teamed up once again with Bostrom Seating to give away not one, not two, but three Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seats at the Mid-America Truck Show. Actually, we're going to give two away to attendees there at the show, and one lucky listener out there who maybe cannot make it to Louisville. You all have a chance to win. Once you can get to the link, we will have two of the black and gray Ultra Leather High Pro Smart Seat Valve Dual 16-inch armrest. Again, Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seats. It's like the top dog, the granddaddy. They're the wide ride. The other will be a Bostrom wide ride, but the color, that'll be the gray Madura cloth. It is a high pro, smart seat valve, dual 16 and armrest, high back seat. You can go to the app, download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, and get more entries to the contest. You get additional entries for subscribing and liking and sharing on other social media pages, things like that. So, yeah, the contest giveaway. Once again, thanks so much, Mike Brunetti and the team there at Bostrom Seating. And I'm not sure if last year they weren't actually displaying at the show because they've got I don't think they can actually sell. They have the various retailers that sell the Bostrom and National seats. So Mike showed up there to bring our seats for the giveaway, and he was kind of hanging out at some of the other dealers, I guess you'd call them, the dealers that sell Bostrom and National seating. So I'll find out more about that, whether they'll have a booth. Years ago, they'd have a big set up there, all kinds of different seats on display that you could check out there at the show. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What's going on? What day is it? What day is it?
Well, I can't even say Becky today because she started a day early this week. So I don't even know what to do. So she came in and was trying to get some overtime in, I guess. She started a day early this week. So I think I got the answer to poor old Heat Wave there. I think I got the answer to his issues out there. You know what it is?
What is it?
It's the aliens. You know, he's right out there around that Area 51 and all that. That's out there in New Mexico and all that, right? That Area 51 and all the aliens and all that. They're messing with all them signals there, especially them satellite radio signals. They're blocking them transmissions and sending their messages back and forth and all that. Just remember that it's the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, so this Murdoch thing there. Since I asked 57 Special Sauce there to comment on it, and what did he say that he was one of his neighbors or something? He's like a mile down the road or something from him. Pretty much close proximity. I know that.
Yeah.
So anyways, when do you think the appeals are going to start? Do you think they're going to wait till next week, or are they going to start today?
Well, I mean, they asked the judge for a mistrial, which he immediately said no. I don't know. I think they could appeal, but I mean, once you're sentenced, is there still an appeal process once they sentence him?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely. You can appeal and appeal and appeal, and you can be in jail your whole sentence and keep appealing. Yeah, and you can just keep going. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to your news or if you had to run out there for one of them little cigarette break things there and didn't hear. Did you hear that Jesse Smollett? He's appealing his deal up there in Chicago.
I did hear that.
See?
His sentence, yeah.
See, these appeals can go on, and he's already done. He's already out, and he's appealing his. But that's just to keep his name in the public. He's got to make sure that people are remembering his name and all that. But yeah, so it goes back to the whole deal that we do not have a justice system in this country. The justice system in this country is dead, gone, buried, pushed out to sea, is sleeping with the fishes. We have a high-priced legal system, and if you have money, you can do whatever you want, and you get caught, you just keep spending money, and if you don't have money to spend, there's some lawyer out there that wants to make his name on some case. If we remember we got to get back in the Wayback Machine. Get here in the Wayback Machine. Go back there, Tawana Brawley. You remember Tawana Brawley? You remember that name in the Wayback Machine?
I do.
She was the one that accused the New York State Troopers of all this bad stuff. And Reverend Al Sharpton. Where did he go? There we go. See all the. And that's how we get our name out there and all. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I just, when I got selected, I just put it on your Facebook live thing there. Yeah, I got selected for jury duty, trial jury on the 29th this month. I think I'm breaking out my Clint Eastwood hang 'em high shirt to wear. I'm gonna wear that to court and see what they say. But
yeah, I got mine. I got mine. I've got mine sitting right here before me. I got last week. I think the date on mine was later this month as well. It's kind of. I mean, it used to be you had to fill it out and send it in or something. I think nowadays, you got to call.
Do it online.
You do. You got to call some number.
Before.
The night before and see if your number comes up or something.
Yep. You want to know something, Your Honor? My day, I think, I forget now. I don't know. You might have a calendar in front of you. But anyways, this is the 29th. I'm going to work the night of the 28th. I'm working all night. I show up there at 8 o'clock in the morning. I fall asleep. I don't care. I'm working. I got my stuff to do. I'll sit there all day and snooze. Then I'll probably go back to work that night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But it's just, I don't know. I don't have much faith in the system. Don't like the way it works anymore. And as I say, I don't know. As I say, I told you once before there, I like that TV show House. I know you never watched it because it was prime time thing there, and that Hugh Laurie there played Dr. House and that. And he'd always question his patients about their issues and ailments and all that. And then he'd go back with his colleagues and they'd start discussing it, and he'd say, well, all they did was lie. Every time you ask a question, I'll basically it. So everybody lies about everything anyways. So, I mean, what you try to decipher out whose lies the better lie in these court cases. So, and as Heatwave was just talking about the whole Alec Baldwin thing there. Well, so what happened with that? Supposedly the charges they charged him with weren't the charges they could charge him with, so they had to drop them.
Yeah, to a lesser charge, and I don't know. I guess he's going to get a slap on the wrist, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, for shooting somebody. I didn't know the gun was loaded, and pulling the trigger would make it go off. No. Anyways, I don't know. But anyways, we're sitting here. You said there's weather. I don't believe it. I see the moon. I see stars. I just don't believe it, Your Honor. I don't see no weather.
Okay. Choose to believe. You believe it when you see it? Is that you?
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of the way the whole business was there. People promise, you're going to get a brand new truck. We're buying you a brand new truck. I don't know how many times I've heard that. And it's like, when the truck's sitting here in the yard and the keys are in my hand, I'll believe I get a brand new truck. So you send the weather. When it's hitting me in the face, I'll see what I think of it. So other than that, we'll be talking to you later, Your Honor. You have yourself a fine weekend, and we'll chat at you later.
You got it. Thank you so much. There you go. And we'll return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. See what's going on with Happy Hillbilly.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
How
Hillbilly.
we doing, Steve? Well, we're doing good. I got a cure for your boredom this weekend. Me and the missus, we bought a new trailer and we'll be moving Saturday. So if you want to come help,
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
buy you all the beer you want to drink.
My favorite weekend task, helping somebody move.
Good thing is it's only a half mile down the road, so but we're happy about it. Now, horse fetter's a problem with this T-Mobile. I was in Litchfield, Kentucky Wednesday morning, and the guy sitting next to me, he come up to the window and says, "You got service?" I went, "I got 2 bars, 5G. He says, "I got nothing." I said, "Well," I "I got a AT&T. He said, "Well, I got T-Mobile, so it might be a T-Mobile thing, too."
Okay.
I mean, Litchfield, middle of nowhere off the West Kentucky Parkway.
Well, wasn't it T-Mobile a couple weeks ago that had that outage, all over the country? They were, they had an issue.
So too,
Yeah.
But, I'm coming from Columbus to Louisville with my coat load and get it delivered, and I get home about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and start boxing up things to move tomorrow, Saturday morning. So, like I said, if you get bored, I'll send you my address. Come over and help.
Okay.
All right, Steve, have a good night.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Hillbilly. Have a good weekend. I was trying to pull up. I mean, there is what they call a down detector website. I'm trying to click on the link here. User reports indicate no current problems at T-Mobile. Outages reported in the past 24 hours. And they've got a graph there, so I don't know. A lot of times it could be that. And then things could be happening regionally around the country. I know that our market, our region was one of those impacted by the outage a couple weeks ago because nobody could get a hold of my son, including his wife, while he was at work, and she was getting kind of concerned about, hey, it's like it goes straight to a dead signal when she was trying to call him. It was the T-Mobile outage. All right, what do we have here? 844-844-3388. It's kind of funny how those that have advocated and pushed, get the vaccine, get the booster, all that stuff, but they continue to come down with COVID. Take you to the Today Show, where they gave a rather vague answer yesterday to questions about the status of Hoda. Now, I remember, I don't watch the Today Show, but I remember Hoda. It used to be Hoda. Hoda and Kathy Lee had the show that went on from like 9 to 10 in the morning. She last appeared on Today on February 17th. Questions about her began to increase after the sudden departure of another host, Savannah Guthrie, who apparently tested positive for COVID on Tuesday of this week. The website kind of set the tone for what the hosts would say. All they're saying is Hoda is dealing with a family health matter. That was the first time the show or the network addressed her absence. Host Craig Melvin addresses both absences, saying Guthrie is at home after a positive COVID on Tuesday, and we're wishing her a speedy recovery. As for Hoda, we know a lot of you have been wondering how she's doing. We can tell you Hoda's okay. She's got a family health matter that she's been dealing with. We look forward to seeing Hoda and Savannah back here at the desk very soon. We love you both, said Al Roker. The other Today host, Jenna Bush Hager, kind of kept to the same script, saying nothing more than it's a family health matter. All right, this is actually Guthrie's third bout with COVID-19, her first diagnosis in January of last year, another positive test in May of last year. And, of course, they do point out that Savannah Guthrie is fully vaccinated and boosted. What can I say? It's 844-844-3388. News break coming up, after which we'll get back to your calls. What was this guy thinking? In Pennsylvania, a guy had explosive material, fuses, and a lighter in a suitcase that he checked for a flight to Florida. And he fled the airport, fearing he was going to get arrested. According to the court documents filed this past day, 40-year-old Mark McFlee of Lansford called his girlfriend for a ride when he heard his name being paged at the airport. He switched his phone number to avoid being tracked, according to prosecutors. Yeah, we'll tell you what he had in his bag. What was this guy thinking? And no bail. Was this guy looking to bring a plane down? That's kind of what it sounds like. But again, more to come in our next hour. Making our way to a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. In South Carolina, officials prefer to double-check with jurors just to make sure, as a panel on Thursday declared disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh guilty for the murders of his wife and son.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Murdaugh was convicted on the double murder charges as well as being in possession of a weapon during the course of a violent crime. Murdaugh admits he lied to police about his whereabouts the night of the murders and was a drug addict. However, he insists he did not kill his wife and son. A jury thought different. Murdaugh is set to be sentenced Friday morning and faces 30 years to life in prison without parole for the murders. Actor Jussie Smollett is appealing his 150-day jail sentence over his hate crime hoax charges in Chicago.
Smollett was released a year ago after serving 6 days of a sentence. The actor's attorneys have been granted 5 extensions of the deadline to file the appeal since last August. I'm Dave Collins.
It's getting a bit desperate for many mountain dwellers, still snowed in along the San Bernardino mountain range in California following a rare winter storm. There are about 800 miles of unplowed roads.
We need all hands on deck to help our residents in the mountains. Some of the pictures that were sent to us showed probably about anywhere between 4 to 8 feet of snow.
Senator Rosalicia Ochoa Bogues says at least one woman is dead. The National Guard's coming to the area, and local fire and police are arranging ready-to-eat meals to be flown into isolated mountain communities. High winds have left hundreds of thousands of people without power across Texas. On Thursday, Texas utility Oncor reported over 260,000 homes and businesses were without electricity. Tornadoes were reported east of Dallas, as well as in parts of Louisiana, and around 3.5 million people were under tornado watches. The watches stretch from East Dallas into Arkansas and North Louisiana. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The vast majority of drugs flowing across the border into Texas come through the ports of entry.
The overwhelming majority of seizures of fentanyl and methamphetamine on the federal side is at the ports of entry.
That's according to the head of the DPS who testified before state lawmakers in Austin. Colonel Steve McGraw says there are seizures between the ports, but they don't have accurate data on how often that happens. That's because state troopers with Operation Lone Star are overwhelmed by the number of people illegally crossing the border. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is laying blame on Democrats for rising crime across the country.
Today's Democratic Party has made a deliberate decision to make public safety and innocent citizens a lower priority than repeat criminal offenders.
While speaking on the Senate floor, McConnell said residents in cities such as Chicago and New York feel unsafe, noting Chicago voters tossed out incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot this week. The Kentucky Republican also accused the Biden administration's Department of Justice of targeting conservative activists. U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat from California, is in the hospital.
Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. In a statement, her office says she was diagnosed over the February recess and has been receiving treatment in San Francisco. Feinstein hopes to return to the Senate later this month. She announced in February she would not seek re-election in 2024. I'm Dave Collins.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. There you go. Welcome into a Friday. Yeah, getting back to the guy at the airport. All right, so he had this stuff in a checked bag, not a carry-on bag. Nonetheless, according to the TSA, it could very well have brought the plane down. I guess it turns out 3-inch mortar shells, not the Class C common fireworks that you can legally purchase, but what the professionals would use, the 3-inch mortar shells that he had in his checked bag. Now, his lawyers suggest he just wanted to set off fireworks on the beach in Florida, where the one-time construction worker sometimes cares for his grandfather, his ailing grandfather. However, the judge agreed to detain him without bail, finding that he was both a flight risk and a danger to the community. Authorities said the fact that the explosive was packed in the same checked bag with other items increased the risk of an explosion. This checked bag also contained a can of butane, a lighter, a pipe with white powder residue suspected to be methamphetamine, a wireless drill with cordless batteries, and 2 GFCI outlets taped together with black tape. His actions seriously jeopardized the lives of airport workers and patrons, and if the explosive had not been intercepted, the flight's passengers and the aircraft. So he's charged with possessing an explosive in an airport and possessing or attempting to place an explosive or incendiary device on an aircraft. His defense lawyer arguing that the items were not incendiary. So he doesn't meet the requirement for the second charge. No one has posted one conceivable theory on how this thing could have gone off. His lawyer said that wasn't going to happen inside of a bag. McGuffey arrested at his home Monday night, hours after he had checked the bag for an Allegiant Air flight from the Lehigh Valley International Airport that was bound for Orlando, Florida. Now, his record includes misdemeanor arrests for drug possession, theft, driving under the influence. He did spend a few jail stints. His girlfriend told authorities he actually feared being arrested at the airport on an outstanding child support warrant. So apparently he had checked in this bag. I mean, maybe he's just that dumb. There are some people out there that do stupid things, right, on any given day. You're not going to check fireworks on an airline flight, especially commercial grade fireworks. I know a 3-inch mortar, especially what they call the silver salutes, which is just the super loud bang without all the colors. But one of those 3-inch mortars would make that would definitely cause a loss of cabin pressure in a plane. That would be a hell of a boom. All right. Officials believe the materials could be ignited by heat or friction, and indeed posed a significant risk to the plane and the occupants. I don't know. But dumbass of the week nominee for sure, if he was just thinking honestly that he wanted to light some fireworks off there on the beach in Florida. There you go. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday. Scarecrow, what's going on?
Well, Steve, if word gets out that Crow broke corporate protocol and stopped on an exit ramp again, I'm not going to deny it, damn it. I'll take him on. I'll get to that after a bit here. Kind of living in yesterday's program a little bit. You can maybe hear it in my voice.
I tweeted here a couple 3 weeks back about my strong immune system and whatnot. Well,
Uh-oh.
twice now in about a month and a half, it has failed me, and I think it's probably my own fault. You know, that daycare center that the bride inhabits, that's just a breeding ground for anything and everything, and I kind of maybe dropped my guard and wound up with a lip lock last week, and I think that might have did me in again.
Uh-oh.
But actually, the last half hour now, I think I'm maybe coming out of it here. I don't have the drainage that I have to this point, but yeah, regarding yesterday's, heat wave, had mentioned at some point about that train trip, the Biden Express made overseas there, and how easy a target would have been. It automatically had this cartoon image of Biden sitting there in the engineer seat and a Russian cruise missile coming at treetop level, and he's hollering who the hell took the steering wheel, But, I'm thinking about, that cleanup they're going to have in Ohio. That's going to go on forever. I was kind of reminded we had one up eastern part of the state here. They wrapped it up a couple of years back. A different scenario than what they had down there, but this up on the Fox River, and this is roughly a Green Bay area, and it's a feeder to the Lake Michigan up there. Well, that area, it says, in fact, I looked the story up yesterday, has the highest concentration of paper mills in the world. And back in the 50s and 60s, nobody knew what PCBs were and such, the damage they can lead to. Well, that was all dumped in the river. And so they've been dredging that river since, I think, 2004, 2005. It went on for 15 years. And now this was $1 billion project back then, part of the super fund or whatever, but I think Georgia Pacific is still going to have to come across on this one. But, and that, the dredging company, they're out of La Crosse, and I have a fairly good friend that actually moved over there and still lives there, but I think he said that sand is actually hauled away and cooked at a real high temperature or such, and I don't know if it's returned then or what becomes of it, but yeah, that mess down in Ohio there, boy, that's going to be sorry to call it entertainment, but yeah, that's going to go on forever there. Yeah, well, that Murdoch thing, yeah, I gave Gouger hell for stealing my thunder there. You mentioned their son with that boat accident, and this is several years ago now. I'm thinking he's probably the surviving son. Now, he got away with, well, I suppose it'd be manslaughter. His girlfriend or whatever was killed, and he was operating the boat while intoxicated, hit in a pile, whatever. But he got off with, slap on the knuckles, that name, carried him through. And it wasn't a couple days back, the analysts over the trial are talking about Murdoch himself. He's an actor. That's his job. He's an attorney. He's that's part of the job, being able to convince the jury and the judge and everybody else, about what might be right or wrong. But I think 2020 actually ran an entire program on that, the kids trial years back, and then I don't think this murder had taken place yet. It was a 2020, I think it was a 2-hour program on that, that fake, where he hired the guy to make it look like he was being murdered or whatever. Gouger touched on that too, but this family, they've been well covered for several years in such way. I'm sure there was plenty of fist pumping down in that area to realize that justice can be served and whatnot. That that name can't always bail you out. Speaking of fist pumps, did the princess come trotting out to the to the bunker there right after launch yesterday, wondering what the hooting and hollering was about. I'm thinking Mr. Steve Summers was probably spinning around in circles looking for somebody to do a high five with, but so yeah, at least that finally took place there. Anyway, back to the current of the moment. Wednesday afternoon when I woke up, there's a text message from my immediate supervisor. He said, "Bro, give me a call." Yeah, okay. Well, somebody, we've got these cameras in the trucks just like everybody else. Well, somebody in safety, somewhere along the way, they must have pinged the truck. And they noticed the truck wasn't moving. And he looked closer. Well, here it was sitting on an off-ramp somewhere. Well, let's jump to conclusions here now. Let's not ask for details or find out what's going on. Either way, their policy, we are not to stop on ramps. We are to seek out a pickle park or truck stop. Now, never mind that these rest areas are lined up, trucks maybe 3, 4 out along the roadway who can't even get into the rest areas. So I struck up another message to my supervisor this morning, pretty much laying it on the line that it's time for this desk jockey, who I doubt has been walking the earth as long as I've been driving truck, it's time to get him for him to get a feel for the real world of trucking. And laid a few more things on him that, I've been stopping on this ramp for about 8 years now, a couple nights a week, maybe 3 nights a week. And I call it a secondary ramp. It's not a heavily used. It's just a short ramp with a stop sign at the bottom. And so I made note of this too, that is it less safe to be sitting on this ramp with traffic going 30 miles an hour than sitting out 10 feet from traffic on the interstate going by at 70, 80 miles an hour? So either way, a couple more things that, and I told him, I know he's a middleman and don't mean for him to get caught in the middle here, but, so yeah, no, he responded. He fully understood, and he minded if he forwarded it to their safety department. Yes, this is Ryder. And I said, no, you go right ahead. I'd love to go one-on-one all day with them. And so we'll see. If I'm without employment here in the next few days, I will have something to talk about down the road. But so yeah, that's my world right now there, Steve. And beyond that, I don't really have anything else. Oh yeah, I guess leading on the same thing with the cameras. We get these safety clips that are sent out. It might be once a week, once a month, whatever. They're only maybe 10, 15 seconds. It's the facing, the in-cab camera showing what the driver's doing, and as also what's going on in front. Well, I didn't even realize that I was a star in one of them here. It was my co-driver, day driver, that brought it to my attention that, and I do remember that particular episode, and I would have given the world to have that train horn of horse feathers to contribute to my full vocal forehead that I cut loose with, but so they had their comments were were reminded to remain composed and such, and so I thinking, well, once again, come on out to the real world. We'll show you what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got for the moment here, pal.
Okay. Have a good one. Thanks for checking in. Rolling up on 20 past the hour. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive back into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it on a Friday morning, and the line's available. 844-844-3388. Pappy, what's going on?
What's happening, man? Steve, while I was on hold, I first heard this story about this dude trying to take some fireworks on the plane.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. He's in trouble, man. Yes, sir. What did you say it was? A 3-inch mortar?
3-inch mortar shell. Now, I've had 3-inch, and those silver salutes, I mean, those things pack a punch.
Yeah, if he had the silver salutes or titanium salutes, I think is the commercial name for them. Steve, those are full of flash powder.
Yep.
Right? And flash powders, it's not the most stable of those things. That's potassium chlorate and aluminum powder mixed together. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, if he had his bag set against the side of the hull of that aircraft, and that thing did manage to go off, it had enough to put a hole in the side of that plane. I guarantee you that. Yeah, man, what an idiot. Oh, well, sorry about his luck. See you, bye. Kiss your family goodbye for a couple of years.
You know, way back in the day, when I was much younger, and the first radio job I had, one of the guys there introduced me to what they called 2-component flash powder. You could actually go to Rossie's and purchase. We purchased cases of the stuff, and you had a little bitty bottle and then a bigger bottle. When you combined the two and mixed them, it was very volatile. That's the 2-component flash powder that it was supposed to be used in like for radio displays or like for rock concert displays and things like that, because you could buy slow or fast or sparkle powder.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going way back before September 11 when we could actually go out there and buy this stuff. But
Steve, you can go down to Knob Creek, the gun show. They will sell you the potassium chlorate and the aluminum powder. Potassium chlorate's a white powder, and the aluminum powder is that real silver stuff.
Yeah.
These are what the old M80s, right?
Correct.
Made of.
That's what we used to make. Yeah.
Steve, it's like the tannerite. We talked about it. You can buy the two ingredients separate legally. Once you mix them together, it's a no-no.
Yeah.
No. But hey, man, listen. Alex Murdaugh, however the heck you pronounce it. When you were talking about him at first, that's kind of what drew me to call you. I kind of missed the last hour of the show. I was on the phone a lot, but when you were talking about how he was in the field talking on the phone. Listen, I will say this, Steve, you never know how somebody's going to react when they're in shock.
Okay.
You know? I think I told you last night, man, I had to make notification on that daggone fatal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Grandma handled it a lot different than obviously the mother and the sister. I mean, you just never know, Steve, when somebody goes into shock. I had one several years ago where it was a middle-aged lady. I had to advise her the same thing, the death of a family member. She immediately got up, went to the dishwasher, took the dishes out of the dishwasher that were clean and put them in the sink and started cleaning them. And that's all she could concentrate on. She had to do the dishes.
Wow.
You know, it's just weird. Sometimes people, you just don't know how they're going to react. But with that said, it brought me to another thing, the way you were talking about the way he was conducting business reminded me of somebody else, Steve. Let's go back down the memory trail here with old Stormy Daniels, right?
Oh yeah.
What was her attorney's name? Michael Antonetti.
Yep.
Remember that dirtbag? What a dirtbag. Same as this Murdaugh clown. Human trash.
People putting their trust in a lawyer to represent them, and the lawyer's actually ripping them off.
Yes, sir. Man, one thing I can't stand is the thief, Steve. I'm telling you, man. I mean, you know, when we're kids, you know, I'm not talking about juvenile stuff, stealing some bubble gum at the nickel and dime stuff. I'm talking when you're an adult and you know better and you're going to steal from people. Come on, man. I can't stand it. And Michael Antonetti, man, who was the dude on CNN? I can't think of his name. My sometimes is kicking in. The Pillsbury Doughboy, man. Well, George Costanza, the coffee boy at CNN, got fired because of his ratings. What was his name?
Oh, I don't recall.
Not Don Lemon. It's a little short, fat, pudgy kid. What the heck was his name? Yeah, one of your callers can call in. He had his own little show on CNN. Steve, this dude was, even the girls on The View were all giddy over him. Remember how it...
Yeah. Well, hold that thought. We got to get a news break.
USA News Update. High winds have left hundreds of thousands of people without power across Texas. On Thursday, Texas utility Oncor reported over 260,000 homes and businesses were without electricity. Tornadoes were reported east of Dallas as well as in parts of Louisiana, and around 3.5 million people were under tornado watch as of Thursday evening. The watches stretch from East Dallas into Arkansas and North Louisiana. President Biden will be welcoming the German chancellor to the White House today. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said they'll be discussing a range of issues, which include continuing to provide support to Ukraine as it fights Russia's invasion. California Senator Dianne Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. NBC Bay Area says she's expected to make a full recovery. In a statement, her office says she was diagnosed over the February recess and has been receiving treatments in San Francisco. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here where we leave off. Let me see. Oh, yeah, Pappy. Scooter said you're talking about Brian Stetler. Is that the one?
Stelter. Is it? Yeah.
Stelter.
Yeah. Boy. What a goof, Steve. And the girls on The View were just all giddy over this. Steve, they were talking about him running for president. That's how far out, whacked out these communist news, fake, masquerading as journalist people are, man. They were seriously asking, would you ever consider running for president?
Wow.
Unbelievable. Hey, did you see Facebook fact check this, man?
Facebook fact check on who?
You and me, because I shared your post, my man, on the photos of the sea levels.
Oh, really? I hadn't seen that.
About an hour ago, I got a little notification from Facebook. You've been fact checked. We're flagging you. I'm sure you got it too, because I shared it from you.
I'm trying to scroll down. So what are they trying to say? Those are fictitious?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
exactly what they're saying. I have to scroll. I'd hang up on you probably if I tried to go back and try to look exactly.
So it's a photo. I mean, photographs of different places around the world, like Sydney Harbor. You had Statue of Liberty from 1898, the photo versus 2017, and the water levels haven't changed. What's fictitious about that? Yeah,
they were saying it was inaccurate information, that the photos are, I don't know, something about the photos. Maybe they were doctored or something. They weren't original. Who knows?
Well, what about Al Gore's quotes? Those were actual quotes. Those were the news stories.
We can play all the quotes from Biden too, right? How he's an activist back in the 60s and 70s. Flat out lies.
Wow.
He keeps making these statements all day long for the last couple of weeks, playing the race card again. It struck me too when Scarecrow was talking about these attorneys being actors, Steve. You know, all the Hollywood elite, these bunch of, I got to watch my tongue here, man. I've had it with Hollywood, man. I'm telling you, these bunch of fake people. Steve, if you marry an actor, you don't know who you're marrying, man. No wonder they get divorced all the time. I thought I was marrying you. No, I was acting, honey. I just played the part to get you hooked. Bunch of fake people. That's all they are. As you can see, I'm in rare form tonight. But, all right, my man, that's all I got.
I did a little clicking around here, and apparently the fact check was one of the photos that were a part of that. There's about 10 or 15 different things that it scrolls through. And I guess the one photograph, I can't remember what is that? Is it Sydney Harbor or whatever? Supposedly 80 years ago versus today. And they're saying the fact check is, that's the one that was black and white and the other that was in color. He said, the first image was taken in 2008, not 80 years ago. Okay.
Let's even go a step farther. One was taken during low tide, Steve. These people, man, this is what we're fighting against, though, Steve.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
This is what we are up against. East Palestine, what you were talking about earlier, man. You can believe it. You mean to tell me that they're trying to tell us that they haven't done any
dioxin
samples
tests
yet?
A month after the fact? Are you kidding me?
Steve, come on, man.
Yeah, see, the fact is that scientifically we know dioxins are created when you burn vinyl chloride.
Yes, sir. Steve, and you know how I was talking about, that stuff does not go away. It doesn't dilute. You can't. There's one way to actually destroy it completely. When they were talking about burning this in a confined burn, it's an incendiary where they actually capture the fumes too and run them through filters and all this kind of stuff. I think that it's called the 9 nines, the steps that they got to go through.
Yep.
Apparently, there's a plasma type ray out there that can totally destroy it. It takes a lot of energy. I don't know. I heard something about that. But they were talking about, you know how we talk about parts per million and whatnot? Mm-hmm. Steve, they were talking about like parts per billion and trillion and going down to like these nano numbers that are so far whacked out that can cause problems that Steve, they're going to have to sweep this under the carpet because they can't come out a month later and say, oh, we got to evacuate. We got to clear that town out. Well, you wait a month to tell us that?
After they've breathed in and touched, and I mean, there's some people are out there, rinsing off their vehicles, rinsing off their roofs, but the stuff that was falling from the sky,
Well, I got news for you, Steve. There's some independent people going to be going in there and doing some testing. They're not going to be able to hide this. The truth will come out.
Yeah.
Trust me on that. Had something on the tip of my tongue, but man, my just went right over out my head.
Old timers.
All right, my man.
Have a good morning. Have a good weekend.
Yep.
We'll chat later. All right. Yeah, for those that have been kind of alluding to, it seemed like Norfolk Southern was all about let's just move on. It's within a matter of days after the fire was finally out. Yeah, they had the new rails down, and hey, they had trains running through. To which I think at that point they had no intention of coming in to excavate and remove all the toxins and maybe dioxins that are there, till they were ordered by the EPA. Yeah, one caller suggested, and I never actually heard the quote, but apparently someone initially said this is going to be a Superfund site. In other words, the government, or as he said, the taxpayers, were going to have to pay to clean it up. Now the EPA comes in and then tells Norfolk Southern, no, you're going to do this. Now you've got the head of a major railroad union. Some of this we talked about last night, talked about some of the workers getting sick. That told Pete Buttigieg, with allegations that Norfolk Southern, that the workers have taken ill. General Chairman of the American Rail System Federation says Norfolk Southern is putting the workers' health at risk, at least in part due to their cost-cutting business models. A lot of this was just being discussed several months ago when we were talking about the unions and potentially a rail strike, which the administration overrode the strike. Recall that? You told them you got to accept the deal they were offered. You like it or lump it. And many of these union members, rail union members, were saying and it's not just Norfolk Southern, that apparently there's a model for rails all over out there where they're cutting, fewer people, so fewer inspections, and all trying to boost, I guess, the dividends for the likes of their shareholders. He suggested further that the company and other railroads alike have to be held accountable. And his March 1st letter to Buttigieg, entitled, Norfolk Southern is Dangerous to America. Mr. Long, whose union represents workers on the Norfolk Southern Railroad, noted that while the world was learning about the horrors occurring in East Palestine on television, Norfolk Southern officials assessed the damages and carried out their plans for rebuilding their track structures so they could get the trains moving again. Their prioritization was resumption of business versus adequately addressing the safety and health concerns after the derailment. This just reflects their interest, the interest of shareholders and Wall Street. No concern about the well-being of those in the disaster area, while the residents were ordered to evacuate amid the release of what they describe as trench warfare gas, the result of the combustion of the toxic cargo. That approximately 40 Norfolk Southern maintenance of way employees were given the task of cleaning up the wreckage, and they were not even offered nor provided the appropriate personal protective equipment. What the workers had allegedly done without but needed respirators that were designed to permit safely working around vinyl chloride, eye protection, protective clothing like chemical restraint suits, rubber overboots, and rubber gloves that are rated for safely working around the spilled chemicals to prevent direct contact with those substances. Workers allegedly replaced cabin filters on the derailment site, conducted deep cleanings of machinery used by outside contractors in cleanup efforts, all without the protective equipment. One worker said told Long that the chemicals released causing him to suffer nausea, migraines. Upon expressing this and other health concerns to his supervisor, the term is ghosted, like you don't exist. Many other employees reporting they continue to experience migraines and nausea days after the derailment. They all suspect that they were willingly exposed to these chemicals at the direction of Norfolk Southern. This lack of concern is, again, it's the basic tenet of cost-cutting business, the business model. So there you go. But yeah, they had the lines back up and running. That was the premise. And I guess, had the EPA not ordered them to go in there and excavate all this and take all the residual, the waters out, that they had no intention of doing it. Yeah, leave that job to somebody else. It's 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At this day and age, oftentimes you hear the term in recent years, you go woke, you go broke. It's happening more and more. What is woke? Well, it's a number of different things. I think this may entail just one of those examples of what is described as a Christian kindergarten through 8th grade school that last year declared, "We stand with the LGBTQIA plus community and believe in their holiness." Urban Christian Academy in Kansas City now closing their doors. This school was supported by people giving from the Christian community. After making that announcement, I guess Christians said, oh, no. The private school, with an enrollment of about 100, described itself as providing a tuition-free, high-quality, Christ-centered education for low-income students. Last year, they added that statement to their website that read in part, "We are an affirming school. We stand with the LGBT plus community and believe in their holiness. We celebrate the diversity of God's creation in all of its varied and beautiful forms," according to ABC News. With that, suddenly the donations stopped coming in. Yeah, many citing their Christian beliefs. And the UCA announced that they're closing at the end of the school year. Can't operate without any money. The school's executive director and co-founder told ABC News that the aforementioned LGBT language is kind of what started the backlash from our donor base. Well, you think? Kind of? We knew there would be some backlash. We anticipated maybe as much as 50% loss in funding, and we could make adjustments for that. Yeah, we ended up losing more than 80%. Too much to overcome. We lost our network of donors. Callaway George added that in December of 2021, right before we publicly supported the LGBTQ community, we raised $333,985. 1 year later, after we posted on our website and took this stance, December of 2022, we raised $14,809. So do the math. From 333,000, almost 334,000 to 14,000. You go woke, you go broke. Morning 5-7.
I do. Yeah, you might want to bring your kids in and find out exactly what they've been teaching your children after that too. That is amazing. It's people, a Christian school can't align themselves with Scripture.
Yeah,
that's really sad. And all of this stuff, all these attacks are going after our young schools, grade schools, colleges, high schools, junior high. So we got to pay attention to what our kids are going through right now. Well, Monkey Gabber, boy, he was hitting on all cylinders this morning. I mean, and even our idiots in the Low Country. You know what? He's right. People down here in these big, long, the people that have these big tree farms and stuff. People are wealthy. They pretty much get their way. Law enforcement caters to them because that's where the money that comes. There's where their police equipment comes from. So that's just about anywhere. I've seen that up in West Virginia too. In small towns, that's the name of the game, I reckon. I'm glad this trial's over with because I've never paid any attention to it. I'm just still can't figure out why everybody's going crazy over it. And Horsefelder, when he asked me or he gone in there and said, wonder why I don't say anything about it, because really I hadn't paid attention. I was over there yesterday and got my medical card, and the people in the office there at Walter Burrell, they were talking about it, but that's 60 some miles away from my house. My employer's got property that butts up against this guy's property. We're talking about great big land tracts.
Mm-hmm.
And I know my employer is really his nose was in the grindstone on this. I mean, the secretary would have to call him if certain things come up, you know. I think there might be, I know we did some work on his property, logging and such. Pardon the truck. I'll get inside here in a second. So there was business dealings with him. So it's hard to tell. Maybe he still owes my boss money. I don't know. But yeah, that was just plumb crazy. I look around at everybody. Nobody down here, I think, is following it. So I'm just absolutely amazed that there's a whole channel on the satellite, Murdoch murder trial.
Really?
I mean, you could sit there all day and watch this stuff. Yeah. I thought it was some kind of TV show or something. But listen, you know, it's just a shame. It seems like money does something to people. I mean, Elvis, Michael Jackson, all these people. You look, and you know, it seems like when you have money, you live in your own world, I guess, and you got the money to back it up. So, just be careful what you wish for, everybody. I do too. I buy my lottery ticket, pray that I don't turn into one of them. But I just wanted to make another comment because we got the truth. We're all saying nobody does anything about the drugs. You know, this big drug problem coming from the South. Nobody's doing anything about it. But you know what? Sometimes truth comes out of that man's mouth up there, the president's. And I mean, it's just a giggle and a snark and a snark comment. But he just gave away the whole game plan. It's the other guy's problem. It's Trump's problem. And I believe he thinks that they can use all this and dump it on Trump. They can blame Trump for all this, including the illegals. And I've heard time and time again on liberals trying to tie that into Trump. You know, they go right to the cages, people in cages and all this stuff. But man, he just pretty well said, you know, this drug is killing all these people.
Yeah, like none of it's coming in under his watch, right? Yeah, we know the truth on that, though. Back in a moment.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh was convicted of murder Thursday in the shooting deaths of his wife and son in a case that chronicled the unraveling of a powerful Southern family with tales of privilege, greed, and addiction. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Murdaugh guilty of 2 counts of murder at the end of a 6-week trial that pulled back the curtain on the once prominent lawyer's fall from grace. Murdaugh, 54, faces 30 years to life in prison without parole for each murder charge when court is scheduled to reconvene for sentencing at 9:30 a.m. Friday. After the verdict was read, Judge Clifton Newman denied a defense motion to declare a mistrial, saying the evidence of guilt is overwhelming. Documents released Thursday showed that 2 Memphis Fire Department emergency medical technicians who were fired and had their licenses suspended for failing to give aid to Tyree Nichols for 19 minutes while he struggled with injuries from being brutally beaten by police did not check his vital signs or perform other basic medical examinations. Advanced EMT Jamichael Sandridge and EMT Robert Long went to the location where 5 Memphis police officers had punched, kicked, and hit Nichols with a baton during an arrest after Nichols fled a traffic stop in the night of January 7th. Violence has ticked up at our nation's capital, and the city is looking to change criminal code that's been on the books for a century.
The president still thinks that D.C. should become the 51st state.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was pressed on why the president would be willing to break what's often referred to as home rule.
He feels as president, he has the obligation as well to keep America's cities safe.
At least 3 Democrats are joining with all Senate Republicans in backing the resolution, giving it enough support to clear in a vote that could come as early as next week. In Washington, I'm Victoria Idoni.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The Justice Department on Thursday arrested 2 Kansas men on allegations that the pair illegally exported aviation-related technology to Russia and provided repair services for the equipment. Sorel Gregory Buyanowski and Douglas Robertson are charged with conspiracy, exporting controlled goods without a license, falsifying and failing to file electronic export information, and smuggling goods in violation of U.S. law. There's an investigation into a close call at a Boston airport.
The investigation into a close call at Boston's Logan International Airport is expanding. The NTSB is joining the FAA. A Learjet readying for takeoff nearly crossed paths with a JetBlue aircraft on its landing approach. The JetBlue pilot took evasive action to avoid a collision. I'm Dave Collins.
Federal health officials are warning parents and newborns to sterilize equipment used for both bottle and breastfeeding after a baby died last year from a rare infection tied to a contaminated breast pump. The infant, a premature boy, was infected with a bacteria, the same germ that sparked a recall and national shortage of powdered infant formula last year. The child, who was hospitalized, had been fed a mix of breast milk and liquid human milk fortifier through a tube. Genetic sequencing linked the infection to bacteria isolated from the breast pump used at home. California Senator Dianne Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. NBC Bay Area says she's expected to make a full recovery. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, editing, to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Crossover at the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into Friday. Third day of March. Get everybody on the same page here. Let me get back and finish up with 5-7. Then we'll get to some of the other industry headlines and more of your calls. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the poor quality phone call, and I was busy trying to back the truck in on this dump. And it's pretty narrow, and you want to tear a tire up. So I'll just try to keep it narrow. Joe Biden, when they tell the truth, they get scary. You know, Joe Biden said, you know, he scarfed at these militias in the country. And he said, you know, we got fighter jets, we got M16s. You know, I mean, you know, we got this with the weaponry that he said, you know, basically he was saying that he'd be willing to send our military after our citizens, which, you know, what is it, posse comitatus? He doesn't have permission to do that constitutionally. But when he stood up, when he's laughing at the drug deaths, and he says basically, you know, he's going to tie it into Donald Trump. That it's scary when they tell the truth. It's like when he stood up in that podium using those Marines on either side, attacking half the country. I mean, you want to talk about a dictator. And they're finally had a little blurb a reel come on that was also scary. And this is one of his, you know, poo-poo to judge. Well, we already heard last week his spokeswoman was out there telling the reporters to shut the cameras off, and she would talk to them. You know, I'm sorry. Can you imagine Donald Trump telling, or anybody in the Trump administration, telling the reporters to turn their cameras off? Well, a reporterette was questioning Buttigieg about when he was going to go down to Ohio, and he finally stopped and he turned and held his camera up into her face and says, "Can I take pictures of you?" In other words, no way around it. He's trying to intimidate the reporters. That's the message. If these people don't feel like they need to be accountable to the people, you know, it's amazing how this is working out. Mayorkas, I mean, sitting there telling you how the borders are secure, we got millions of people come across the borders. And these people, and then when you confront them, they get so up, they're back up against the wall, you know. I'm sorry, they just don't feel like they need to be accountable to the people. And when the truth comes out of these people's mouths, it's scary, because that's not the America I know. And hopefully we're not the only ones seeing it. I guess you said there's people, Democrats, starting to see it too. Or he's just seeing that the tide of the people is starting to pay attention to what's going on. So, like I said, I'm in the middle of trying to do this job here in the mill, so I'm probably, having a hard time keeping the conversation up. So I better go. But I appreciate y'all.
All right. Well, you've actually got less background noise than you typically have when your truck's moving. Boy, your truck makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, she's a sweetie, isn't she?
She's a loud.
Yeah, she did nice. Well, aren't all good women loud? Okay. All right, buddy. We'll be copying the mail.
There you go. Happy Friday. I've shared already 3 cases. Individual drivers, trying to petition the FMCSA to release them from the hours of service regulations. We've shared those. And time and time again, I say, don't hold your breath. I mean, you can keep presenting the same argument, but if they do it for one, they would have to do it for another, and they're not going to open up that Pandora's box, right? Even though, and they all have had valid arguments. This guy may have the most valid argument, because his is different than the previous 3. For a large portion of the past 3 years, truck driver John Ollier had substantial control over his work schedule because he was operating under the federal emergency declaration for the COVID. Driver from Tucson, Arizona, he says, "I'd like to keep it that way." He has asked the FMCSA for a permanent personal exemption from many of the requirements in the hours of service. Specifically, he's asked for exemptions from the 11, 14, and 70-hour rules, as well as the mandatory break periods. Over the course of the last 3 years, I have operated under various emergency declarations for FEMA operations, COVID-19 exemptions, and while hauling agricultural exempt commodities for my company. Under these conditions, I found that my time driving has been far less stressful and anxiety-inducing. I'm not rushed. I am able to run when I'm alert and sleep when I'm not. I no longer worry about situations like accidents, inclement weather, or other disruptions to my schedule. I'm not working against the clock. I don't lose time setting or have to recover lost drive time. I've seen my overall health improve. Of course, the federal waiver, as we know, from March of 2020 till October of last year, thousands of drivers were allowed to operate under the COVID emergency declaration, allowing them to haul essential goods across the country without having to deal with the stringent hours of service regulations. I mean, even the FMCSA's own data provided the Landline last year said they were aware of only 2 crashes involving truck drivers operating under the waiver Both were single vehicle crashes, one of which occurred on private property. So he said that the flexibility provided to him under those waivers made him safer, healthier, and more productive. I believe, as does the entirety of my company's administrative and safety teams, that I have demonstrated enough self-awareness and discipline to continue to operate without restrictions on a more permanent basis. They are fully aware this is for me and me alone. It will not cause any problems or concerns within our organization. My productivity has skyrocketed, which is good for me, my family, my company, and our dedicated customers. Many of them have taken extra measures to accommodate the fast-paced schedule that I've developed. These last few years, they're extremely appreciative of the higher amounts of freight I'm delivering on time and without incident. You know, like, he may be urinating in the wind, but that is the truth, though. The fact of the matter is how many thousands of drivers were able to operate. You know, okay, so it's an emergency declaration, whether it's regional, which there's currently numerous regional declarations. Yeah, there's drivers all over the country right now operating, you know, without the restrictions of the hours. And that old flexibility thing, right? And that, why do we have all these rules that appear to make things actually less safe on the highways? All right, back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. Chris, I believe, on board. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. I was going to give you a few details about Times Beach. I remember that, and I looked up some of it. But before, I wanted to mention, did you see what's going on in Venice? The canals have dried up. All these years they've been talking about global warming, and they built this $1 billion wall, more than $1 billion. Like, it's like a reverse canal around the whole thing with all these locks and everything to keep it from flooding. And now they say with the drought and I guess a high pressure system, it's pushed the tide down so low that the canals are all dried up. They can't even take their boats through the canal.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that story the other day. They didn't mention the wall, but I've seen that on Mega Builders, and that has done a couple specials on it. It's an incredible system they've been working on. But here's the thing with that Times Beach, and they had gravel roads in that place, and they hired a waste oil company to spray the roads with waste oil. But what they didn't know is this guy was also doing waste removal from the factory that made Agent Orange. And he was taking the stuff that was too toxic for Agent Orange out of their waste tanks, and he was spraying it on the roads. And this went on for years. After they found out, they went over for year after year trying to figure out what to do. Well, in the meantime, the town flooded at one point, and then it contaminated the whole damn town, and that's when they had to leave.
And that was a heck of a mess that unfolded there, big time.
Yeah, the whole place is still abandoned. Hundreds of houses, I think. But I don't think it's going to be that toxic because this stuff was just unbelievable. There were people. I know a young girl died, and people were getting sick just from the chemicals that were on the road. It was so toxic. You know, there's a lot of different types of dioxins, and that's one thing Norfolk Southern was saying is that. Well, these the dioxins produces a low level, and they're not that toxic, and that's why they decided to do it. But I don't think it'll be Times Beach, but I wouldn't want to be around it.
I hear you. Yep.
I get that Murdoch thing. The one thing I heard today was I think he probably shot him because they were dumping his drugs, and he was spending millions of dollars on drugs. I don't believe he was spending as much as he said. But somebody said today that from the time he pulled up in his Suburban, you were talking about him walking around in the field, they said it was 20 seconds before he made the phone call that to 911 saying he found the bodies. I don't know if that's true or not. This woman had a lot of facts screwed up, but that's pretty incriminating there. He wouldn't have had time to get out of his damn car and look at them. That's what he had to know they were there, But that's not all I got, Steve.
All right. Well, thank you much. Yep, that's. Yeah, I didn't hear much of the testimony. Just like I said, I happened to be tuned in last week when he was actually on the stand. And I guess he had to take the stand because he was having to, change his alibi. Then he tried, he admitted that, yes, I lied. And then he admitted to, lying about a lot of things. He admitted to, stealing money from clients, numerous clients over the years. Like even with the $1 million settlement, and the client was going to get several $100,000. They said, the $1 million wasn't enough for you? You wanted more? And yes, I admit that. It was wrong of me. Sorry for that. Just a bad guy, It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, one other quick industry headline out of Tennessee. One Tennessee carrier, Big G Express, has purchased another Tennessee trucking company, RTR Transportation. Big G Express, headquartered in Shelbyville, announcing they had purchased Nashville, Tennessee-based RTR Transportation. Both companies have been in business since 1995. Company offices about 60 miles apart. Terms of the deal not announced. Big G Express family of companies offers transportation solutions and services that include logistics, warehousing, and flatbed services. According to the CEO of Big G, this acquisition is a great move for our employee owners. RTR's asset-based operation with approximately 100 drivers allows us to gain market share with blue chip customers in the automotive industry, including an expansion of the regions and routes we currently service. RTR is a family-owned, full-service, nationwide dry van truckload carrier based in the state's capital city, offering local cartage, warehousing, cross-dock, trailer rework, and storage trailers. We ultimately chose Big G Express as the buyer because of the comfort level we instantly felt with their executive leadership. Jack Norman, president of RTR Transportation, said, the Lord has blessed our family with a wonderful group of employees. We wanted to assure that their futures were secure. Big G's employee stock ownership plan gave us that assurance. Okay, the headline from Landline this past day. What do you say, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. The same old thing. I tell you what, I don't know about Pappy there. And what was it he said about, he was in rare form tonight? Well, I tell you what, got the sex maniac by investigative reporter on the job. We have found the Pappy's down there, and blue and red lights are flashing. He pulled up to the fire lane at a Kroger down there. Both front doors flew open. Smoke was billowing out. He jumped out of one side. A guy with long hair and a beard run in with him, grabbed a bunch of chips and snacks, run out to the clerk a $100 bill, figured that'd cover it, run out, jumped in the car, and took off. So I think old Pappy and the Ramblers been hitting that bong again.
Got the munchies. Got the munchies.
Yeah, they've been hitting that bong. You know, them two are the bong squad anyway. Yeah. Well, tell you what, I'll touch on Monkey Gallagher. What's said about that reefer. I pulled reefers for almost 9 years. Yeah, some of them codes you can't clear. I've never run across one to act like that. And I've run across some odd stuff. I remember ours, now we run Thermo Kings. We didn't run the carriers. And I worked for Purdy Brothers years ago. But they come up with a code 13 and they just flat out would not start. I actually got in an argument with another driver who kept telling me, just clear it out, just clear it out. Couldn't get through to his head. It was flagged. It's just crazy how some people just assume you don't know what you're doing. And he'd been there about 6 months. I don't think he'd pulled reefer before that. At that time, I'd been there a few years, but he knew more about it than what I did. But it's about par for the course. And,
yes, sir.
Biden's complaining about all these fentanyl overdoses. How many reports are we having about of smuggling fentanyl in across the border and getting caught? And think about all the ones that's getting away.
Yeah.
You can't tell
How many individual busts have we shared where in that one bust there was enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the country?
USA News Update. Top NFL prospect Jalen Carter is back at the Combine in Indianapolis after turning himself in to police in Georgia last night. Multiple reports said Carter has returned to finish his interviews, measurements, and other activities. The star defensive tackle surrendered to police in Athens for misdemeanor charges related to a fatal crash that involved former teammate Devin Woolock and team staff member Chandler LaCroix. Carter was allegedly driving another vehicle at the time of the crash, and police believe the two cars were involved in a street race. He's projected to be taken in the top 5 in the upcoming NFL Draft. Creed star Michael B. Jordan is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Jordan received a star Wednesday in a ceremony on Hollywood Boulevard. Creed director Ryan Coogler paid tribute to Jordan during the ceremony and said working with him has been the ride of a lifetime. Coogler also gave a plug to their new movie Creed 3, which comes out today. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators. It's going to be sitting around with gas in it. You need to treat that gas. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, let me get back, finish up here with Gilligan. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, well, thank you, Steve. Well, I better touch on something very important. As you know, I am the Inbred Rednecks campaign manager.
Uh-huh.
Y'all just remember, vote for on November 5th, 2024, vote for the Inbred Redneck. Our campaign promise is a moonshine jug in every cupboard and deer meat in every freezer. That's venison to you sophisticated types. Also, you can make your contributions to GMA&B Enterprises for a nominal fee. But here's the special announcement for tonight. We have now hired the blind man as part of the campaign work. He will be looking into ways to expand the campaign. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
I thought you were going to say the blind man was going to be the guy in charge of accounting. That would be appropriate, right? All right, 844-844-3388. Okay, plenty of room for you. Let's see if Eric, I believe, is on the line. Morning, Eric.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, Steve. I want to touch base on what Scarecrow was talking about these geo tabs and stuff of that nature on these trucks and stuff. I have to go with him on this because we have a same system on our truck, and they track us. And then if that truck is sitting at a stop, more than probably 5-10 minutes, they're calling us up saying, "Why are you here? What's going on?" And it's like, well, I'm trying to do my job. If you knew what the job consists of, you wouldn't be calling why the truck's sitting and trying to service the customer. So I have to go with Scarecrow on that. These are these clowns that sit behind a desk, and they've never even gotten behind the wheel. It's like I said, until you picked up a rifle and fought in a war, you could say, "Hey, I've been there, done that." But until then, it's like, I don't know. I'm with Scarecrow. It's these clowns behind the desk. They have no clue, and it's getting more and more frustrating because you got these punk kids that think they know more about what's going on out here on the roads and have no clue about driving behind the wheel of a semi. And that's just my rant and rave. I want to tell Scarecrow I get him, and I think a whole lot more can contest to what he's saying is true. And it's just going to get worse and worse because all they're doing is trying to micromanage the trucking industry. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve. Have a good week.
All right. Thank you much. Yeah, appreciate you dialing us up this morning here on a Friday. How often does anything in Washington get bipartisan support in this day and age? Very, very, very seldom, right? In this case, the Senate voted unanimously to force the declassification of any links between the COVID pandemic and the Chinese lab, the Wuhan lab. This after the reports from the Energy Department, then the FBI, that they see the lab leak is the source of the virus. Josh Hawley introduced a bill that would mandate the disclosure of any U.S. intelligence linking the laboratory, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, to the origins of the virus. This, again, after two agencies acknowledged the lab leak rather than the wet market as the most likely source. Christopher Wray came out the other day and said, indeed, the FBI viewed a Wuhan lab leak as the most likely origin, and they have for quite some time, he said. That right after the Energy Department had come out with low confidence conclusion of the same. So this new Senate bill would require the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, to declassify any knowledge of work done at the lab associated with the Chinese military, as well as all of its coronavirus research and related activities prior to the pandemic. It would also require detailed information on researchers at the lab who fell ill back in the fall of 2019, including their name and whether they were exposed to coronavirus research, Yeah, there were reports, of course, remember, of COVID-like illnesses among several researchers in the months prior to the pandemic, before the Chinese military rushed in there and took over control at the lab. I remember all that. This legislation, known as the COVID-19 Origins Act of 23, would also need to pass the House, where Republicans have a slight majority before a president could sign it into law. Now, if it passed unanimously, it was unanimous consent. There were no objections and no roll call vote in the Senate. So, again, unanimous there. I don't see any reason, why there should be any different opinions out of the House. The chair of the House Democrat caucus said that he did not favor forcing declassification. He says, we believe in letting committees of jurisdiction guide the discussions ahead of us and working with the administration. But again, it passed unanimously. A similar bill with the same name unanimously passed the Senate all the way back in 2021. The companion bill in the House, though, died in a subcommittee after being introduced by Representative Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin. That was 2021. The Democrats were in control of the House then. Some studies continue to indicate the virus jumped from animals. The intelligence agencies are split on the issue, but they agree the virus was, they all try to say it was not deliberately unleashed by China. And that's according to the 2021 DNI report. Well, let's head on over to, is that Captain Ron, I believe? Good morning.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Best day of the week.
I got one more night yet.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'm all for Inbred Redneck being the president. He's got the hellacious motto there. I've been living by that motto since I was probably 12 years old. Boobies and beer.
There you go. Yeah.
I got to thinking about that. You talked to Inbred Redneck. I want to be the educational secretary. You know how these kids are always wanting the easy way out and everything. Nowadays, we're going to make things even easier. There's not going to be no more 26 letters in the alphabet. We're going to erase them. We're going to take away L, G, B, T, Q, and F. How's that sound?
That might be a starting point.
Nah, just seeing how you're doing. Hadn't talked to you for a while. Got big plans for the weekend?
Not really. No, just waiting for the wind, waiting for the rain. Looking for another. We've had a lot of wind events as of late. So again, later today, another 50 mile an hour winds for us. They're talking 60 mile an hour winds. Down through much of Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah, Fort Wayne was calling for that also. I don't think they said 60, but at least 50 plus they said.
Yep.
So it ought to be a fun night to drive tonight.
The wiggle wagons will be wiggling.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it seems like for the last month we have had one windy day out of the whole week. Seems like.
Mm-hmm.
But, them weekends where you ain't got anything to do, them's about the best kind. Just sit back, relax, drink a beer, goof off. But the team down there at Inbred Redneck. Did Gilligan say that he was going to be his vice president?
I think he's the campaign manager. High Tech's going to be the vice president.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, High Tech said that if he were vice president, guarantee that Redneck would never get impeached, because do you really think they would want him to be president?
Oh, Lordy.
All righty.
These
Well,
guys
you
are
have a
nuts.
good weekend, Steve, and take it easy.
Yeah, Jolly Green's correct when he says a bunch of cartoon characters, bunch of nut jobs. About 15 before the hour. On a Friday. Okay, so yeah, we're yet to see the beginning of the wintry side of our storm. It's still at this hour. Yeah, but the moisture is creeping northward. Going to be moving into our southwest Ohio area fairly soon. Yeah, the rain's pushing into the St. Louis over in Illinois, back into Missouri. But as the morning progresses, going to be looking for a broad zone of snow developing on the northern edge of this. From the mid-Mississippi Valley to the Great Lakes and eventually on up to upstate New York and New England. Yeah, lots of travel disruptions will mount as 6 to 12 inches expected along a 1,300-mile corridor. Plus a major multi-day severe weather outbreak underway at the same time across the South. But major airport hubs later today, Chicago, Detroit, Boston, will be the hardest hit with snow, even though the snow will be falling. To activate plowing operations on the runways and the de-icing of aircraft will be necessary. Flight delays from drenching rain and poor visibility are also likely further south. Other major hubs like St. Louis to Pittsburgh, eventually New York City and Philadelphia. Prepare for ripple effect delays occurring throughout the nation this weekend. Yeah, this storm's going to hit the airline travel hard because of the number of major hubs that are going to be involved. And, of course, you have the increased volume of travelers. For many, spring break gets underway, and a lot of young folks planning to head out this weekend. So that complicates things even more, especially if you see 6 to 10 inches in Chicago. 3 to 6 in the forecast for Detroit, and at least a few inches on the way for Boston. There will be a sharp gradient for snowfall in many major metro areas from the upper Midwest to the Northeast because a prominent wedge of warm air near and just south of the storm, but also dry air to the north of the storm. But the Midwest bears the brunt of the storm today and Friday night. Yeah, it looks like the situation even gets more complex in the Northeast as the storm pushes toward the Great Lakes and weakens Friday night, where a secondary storm will take shape along the mid-Atlantic coast. And that storm will become the more dominant of the two as it picks up steam on Saturday. So, yeah, kind of complicated there, but just wait. Later today, it's going to be a whole different story. The snow has not begun yet. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I recall earlier this week I shared with you that the president's kind of maybe changing his tune a little bit in regards to supplying U.S. fighter jets to Ukraine, F-16 fighters. You're kind of saying, maybe, we're looking into it a little more here. Latest update says, and it almost, to me, should mean there's no need to proceed with this because, according to the Pentagon, it could take up to 18 months for those jets to become battlefield ready for Ukraine, should they be approved for deployment. Please tell me we're not going to still be in this mess in another year and a half, right? Yeah, to date, Biden has ruled against it. But he also had similar stances when it comes to the Abrams tanks, which he changed his mind, and we're now promising to provide those. For whatever reason, they say lawmakers from both parties are encouraging him to send the fighter jets. We have been training Ukraine soldiers on how to operate the Patriot air defense systems, as well as combined arms and joint maneuver training. We have not been training any of the Ukrainians on piloting F-16s. So for his testimony from an oversight hearing on military support, our assessment is a timeline, a delivery timeline, even in the most expeditious timeline, and the training timelines that are essentially the same. We're talking about 18 months. You don't actually save yourself time by training early in our assessment. He said, since we haven't made the decision to supply F-16s and neither have our allies or partners, it doesn't make sense to train them on a system they may never get. Of course, Zelensky has said the F-16s are going to be crucial to defeat Russia. Now, as a counter, though, Call testified it would not rank in his top 3 military priorities, the F-16s, that is. The priorities, he said, would be air defense systems, artillery, and armored and mechanized systems, all of which the U.S. and European allies have supplied or promised to supply. Now, he also said that Ukraine has asked for 128 fighter jets, F-15s, F-18s, and F-16s. He estimated, the U.S. force estimated Ukraine needs 50 to 80 F-16s to replace their existing Air Force. Now, if you did that with new F-16, say model 70 to 72, we're talking about $10, $11 billion here. Now, if you did it with the older models, say model 30 or 32, and let's imagine you only need maybe half, 36 of those, we're still talking somewhere in the $2 to $3 billion range. That's going to consume a huge portion of the remaining security assistance we have for this fiscal year. Would it make sense to spend $3 billion on a capability that will not arrive for another year and a half from now? when you need that $3 billion for Patriot interceptors or more Bradley fighting vehicles or more 155 millimeter ammunition or more guided multiple launch rocket systems, the list goes on. I'm thinking, based on the way things have been going, the administration probably would just say, well, we'll just appropriate another 10, 11 billion. What the hell? It's just money. It's only money. All right, got a couple minutes before news break, so hey, we'll get Rambler, rather than just pick you up for 2 minutes, hang in there. We'll get to you, the right-wing nut, on board as we're going to roll into our final hour. And, of course, room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. I would almost have to suspect it's another sign of another Republican candidate that will ultimately jump into the mix for the Republican nomination for 2024, and that is none other than Governor Ron DeSantis. Because suddenly both he and former President Donald Trump are going to be headed to Iowa in the coming weeks, making their first trips of the year to that leadoff Republican voting state. DeSantis has scheduled events on March the 10th in the eastern Iowa city of Davenport and the state capital of Des Moines. Now, this, quote, is to support his new book, The Courage to Be Free. But those plans confirmed by two aides to Republican officials this past day. They weren't authorized to preempt DeSantis' official announcement. So it's not about running for president, quote, quote, right? But you know what it means when they go to Iowa. Trump's campaign did announce this past day that he would be making an education policy speech in Davenport on the 13th. His first Iowa visit since he launched his 24 campaign officially in December. I'm going to go from ground zero right to the moon. Gloria Maza, the Republican Party chair in Polk County, Iowa's most populous county. This sure gets us excited. Although DeSantis is not yet a candidate, this is a big step for a governor who's kind of positioned himself as an alternative to Trump. Until now, he's pretty much been content to lead conservative cultural fights on cable TV and from the Florida State House. The closely timed Iowa visits, though, would draw the two leading Republicans closer to what you would have to call direct competition, as Trump continues to escalate his attacks on DeSantis in recent months. All right, I guess that's because he considers him a threat, maybe? But we'll get our final hour coming up here as we roll into a Friday. This is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Slightly fewer Americans are applying for unemployment benefits. The Labor Department says there were 190,000 applications for first-time benefits last week. That's a drop of 2,000 from the previous week's total that didn't change. The largest increases for the week that ended on February 18th happened in Kansas and New Jersey. California, Michigan, and New York saw the largest declines. In Nebraska, a woman is the victim of a cryptocurrency scam worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The FBI says the victim from Omaha had deposited over $730,000 into a Bitcoin account since 2021 and hasn't been able to access it. She says the account is run by a person she met on an online dating site. The FBI says that account has been linked to 9 separate accounts in the Cayman Islands that are connected to wire fraud and money laundering. The money was moved over to an FBI account last February, and it's unclear if the victim will ever get it back. The jury took just hours in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial to return with a verdict.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for murder. Guilty. Verdict. Guilty. Verdict.
The broadcast on CNN, the once wealthy, high-profile South Carolina lawyer was also convicted of 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Murdaugh admits he lied to police about his whereabouts the night of the murders, stole money from clients, and was a drug addict. He's set to be sentenced Friday morning, faces life in prison without parole for the murders. I'm Dave Collins.
Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states. The pharmacy chain announced on Thursday it will not dispense abortion pills by mail in 20 states where Republican attorneys general have told the company it risks breaking the law if it dispenses the pills to those states by mail. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Justice Department on Thursday arrested 2 Kansas men on allegations that the pair illegally exported aviation-related technology to Russia and provided repair services for the equipment. Sorel Gregory Buyanowski and Douglas Robertson are charged with conspiracy, exporting controlled goods without a license, falsifying and failing to file electronic export information, and smuggling goods in violation of U.S. law. There's an investigation into a close call at a Boston airport.
The investigation into a close call at Boston's Logan International Airport is expanding. The NTSB is joining the FAA. A Learjet readying for takeoff nearly crossed paths with a JetBlue aircraft on its landing approach. The JetBlue pilot took evasive action to avoid a collision. I'm Dave Collins.
Federal health officials are warning parents and newborns to sterilize equipment used for both bottle and breastfeeding after a baby died last year from a rare infection tied to a contaminated breast pump. The infant, a premature boy, was infected with a bacteria, the same germ that sparked a recall on national shortage of powdered infant formula last year. The child, who was hospitalized, had been fed a mix of breast milk and liquid human milk fortifier through a tube. Genetic sequencing linked the infection to bacteria isolated from the breast pump used at home. California Senator Dianne Feinstein is being treated at a Bay Area hospital for shingles. NBC Bay Area says she is expected to make a full recovery. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Get that final hour underway. Here we go on a Friday. All right, as we get set for the weekend, and you all ready for the weekend, Rambler?
Oh, man, you know I am, Steve, and hopefully my connection's a little bit better than last time. I went back and I listened to that, and I'm like, yeesh. Thank you for not hanging up on me. I think if I was a radio host, I think I would have dropped the call and had the person call back. It wasn't a good signal.
I didn't know what was going on, but we made it through, you know.
Yeah, praise God we made it through. But I heard Gilligan's call, and let me tell the story. First off, Pappy calls me. He says, Rambler. I said, yeah. He said, I pulled some Gen Zers over and confiscated their Maui Valley. I said, don't you mean Kona Gold? He said, yeah, Kona Gold. He said, why don't you hop on Steppenwolf's magic carpet and fly up here, and let's celebrate the 50-year anniversary of Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. And, he said, I got a videotape of The Wizard of Oz, because Pappy's old school like that. He still has a VCR. He never could throw into a DVD player or Blu-ray or nothing like that. So he's like, I was like, okay. Wizard of Oz, I'll bring the cassette tape. That's how old school I am. And we'll come up there. And I'll hit the ball with you. So that's how I'm able to get up there to Pappy's place, because we pop in that Steppenwolf song, Magic Carpet Ride. I'm able to ride from Mobile to Harrison County, Ohio, and there you go. So we're sitting there, and after the third lion roar, we start the album. We get into Breathe, and we're toking it up pretty good, laughing, and we look like two mannequins staring at the TV. So we go through Breathe, go through the weird sound effects, go through time, and when the wonderful piano music of Nick Mason starts on Great Gig in the Sky, I look at Pappy, I'm like, dude, have you ever had Mexican street corn Cheetos? Pappy's like, no, Rambler.
Really?
I never had that. I said, yeah. I said, Pappy, I'm hungry. I'm not paranoid.
and I'm hungry. He's like, you know, we got a police car. We can get there pretty quick by turning the lights on. So that's how we made it to the store. Got some Mexican street corn Cheetos because, you know, when you're doing the Maui Wowie, that's, you know, what you kind of want. So there was some truth to that story. And God's children, if you believe that, and the immortal words of George Strait in his biggest hit that kept Reba McEntire's song Fancy from reaching #1, I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona, and I can see the ocean from my front porch. I can see the sea. But, you know, all joking aside, I'll tell you a true, God's honest story about that album, Dark Side of the Moon. I bought that album, cassette tape, by the way, and I was 19 years old. I'm listening to it in my car. First time I ever heard the album. I've always been a huge Pink Floyd fan. And nowadays I listen to contemporary Christian music and old-time gospel music. Like, I like it when you see me some old stuff like Petra and old stuff from the Hensons, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm driving my car and I'm going down the road and I'm listening to this album, and we get through Breathe, the song Breathe, and it goes into weird sound effects, and all of a sudden the big explosion. Now, I can barely hear anything. Steve, I turned the volume all the way up, and I'm listening to this. I'm like, why is it just a roaring noise? And all of a sudden I hear clocks ticking. And I kid you not, my right hand to the Lord, right now as I'm driving, right hand to God, that alarm went off. I almost ran the car off in the cotton picking ditch. It scared me so bad. When that alarm went off and it went into time, oh, man, that come out of my skin. It scared me so bad. I even hollered. I was, ah! You know, scared me so bad. But, B, you're right, brother. I do have a sense of humor. I can laugh. And Pat, he's a good man and a good father, good cop. I'm sure if he confiscated it, he wouldn't be sharing it with me. He'd be going over to Steve Summers' house and maybe bogarting it all together, you know, and eating Mexican street corn Cheetos. On a serious note, you read that story about that Christian school. Steve, it goes back to what Romans chapter 12, verses 1 and 2 says. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed from this world by the renewing of your mind, body, and spirit, finding yourself acceptable to the Lord Jesus. Now, God's children, I do have a sense of humor, but in all seriousness, you know, when you try and conform to the world by trying to gain extra revenue, by telling, you know, you're a Christian school, by telling people who are non-Christians it's okay to, you know, to live your lifestyle, we're gonna, you know, accept you. That's conforming. Conforming means you are gonna accept what the world has to offer, and the Lord Jesus says, no, you are not to conform to this world. You are to be set apart from this world. The Bible also says in the book of 1st and 2nd Corinthians to come out from among them and be ye separate. We're not supposed to be linked with the world. We're supposed to be coming out separate from the world. But because we're separate from the world, that doesn't mean we don't stop praying for the world. It goes back to hate the sin, but love the sinner.
Right.
You know,
and what jumped out at me is when they not only said we accept them, but we accept them for their holiness. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I think those two don't mix. Last I checked.
No, they do not mix. They do not mix, Steve. And I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you. And most people are listening to, he's going to go to Leviticus 19. Well, Leviticus 19, how about 1 Corinthians chapter 6? How about Galatians chapter 5? How about Revelations chapters 19 and 20, where it says, and that particular sin, and also lying, murdering, and other sins, if you die in that sin without coming to the blood of Christ, God's children, I love you, but you're going to go right straight down to a devil's red hell where the Bible says there's wailing, gnashing of teeth, where the fire is not quenched and the worm never dies. And that's just the hard truth. Because one thing that this old boy won't do, I'm not going to twist this gospel message to fit your lifestyle or to make you feel good about yourself. That's not what God called me to do. We preach the truth. If you die without giving your heart to Jesus Christ, that's where you're going to end up at. That's the end result. There's two places you go, heaven or hell, and I choose a God's glorious heaven instead of a devil's red hell, and I hope you choose the same thing, God's children, to go and get your heart right with the Lord Jesus Christ. Choose Christ, because I'm going to tell you, I did a funeral last Friday, and Steve, I told everyone in that congregation that was there, I said, everybody sitting here is going to face death. You cannot escape it, Steve. Billionaires have paid large sums of money and probably done some ungodly things to escape death. And you know what? They haven't escaped it yet. You will face it one day. But just because the body dies, the soul lives forever. The soul is eternal. And I choose to spend eternity with my Lord Jesus, not eternity in a devil's red hell. Only to be brought out of hell, according to Revelation chapter 21, to stand before God and be cast into the burning lake of fire. So choose Christ today. Don't be conformed to the world. Come out from among them. Be ye separate, because the Lord sees you as a peculiar person and a royal priesthood. And don't forget, God's children, we will be having church this Sunday, Determined Ministries Church, 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. But after Determined Ministries Church, there's a show that comes on. So get you some coffee, espresso, set up, and tune in to what show, Steve?
The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's right. From 12 to 5 a.m. with Steve Summers. And get this, God's children, be a first-time caller. If you have not called in, be a first-time caller. Call Steve up. Don't worry, we're not gonna beat you over the head. We ain't gonna embarrass you. Call Steve up. Get that free Hot Shot voucher worth $60. And don't forget, don't sit around like your equipment full of gas. They make gas sets for you, but they also make stay build for your equipment. So if you want to sit around full of gas and you don't like it, buy gas sets. If you don't want your equipment sitting around full of gas and you want to treat that gas, stay build. And we highly recommend it. God's children, I love you. Y'all have a great weekend. Steve, I love you, brother. And I hope everyone has a great weekend. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does. Or Brother Rambler, Steve, Pappy, Gilligan, we all love you. And you know what? And we do love you. God bless you, Steve. God bless you, everybody.
All right. Have a great weekend. Safe travels. Yeah, I almost forgot. Let me get to my DA of the Week nominee there from Brain Dead. He said, we could make a DA of the Week, and we can all make it Parents of the Year. From Michigan, a Lawton couple jailed after their 4-year-old son showed up at his preschool with a bag of meth in his backpack. Teachers saw a bag when the child took it out for snack time. Teachers took it from the child, notified police, who called the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office. Deputies said the bag contained about 1.5 ounces of meth. The Van Buren County Narcotics Unit subsequently raided the child's parents' and grandparents' homes that afternoon. Found a large amount of cocaine and a digital scale. The boys' parents were arrested without incident. Their names weren't released. Deputies said they're a 31-year-old man, a 25-year-old woman, facing charges of maintaining a drug house, possession of cocaine and methamphetamine with intent to deliver, and, of course, child endangerment. The boy was placed in the care of other family members, but Parents of the Year, pulling out the little baggie at snack time. I mean, lucky he didn't, at 4 years old, kids like that, they might put anything in their mouth. Could have killed their own child. And it's happened before. We've heard those cases. Youngsters in a home, people that are using the fentanyl products, just, coming across, just touching it. It's enough to kill them. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And a couple of other industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Yeah, sad, where the body of a truck driver discovered at a truck stop in Kenneally, North Carolina, Thursday morning. According to the local news outlets, police were looking for a truck driver after he failed to contact his employer as scheduled. According to the report, about 10 o'clock this past morning, police discovered the body of the driver underneath his truck in the rear lot at a Petro truck stop off I-95. Police found tools near the truck, believed the driver was underneath the vehicle making repairs when the truck rolled on top of him. The tractor and trailer were not connected when police arrived at the scene. They do say foul play is not expected, so sad scenario there. You just never know from one day to the next, right? Oh, to the right-wing nut. What's going on this Friday?
Yes. Right-wing nut, yes. I understand you got a job for me.
Would you like to be a part of the Inbred Rednecks administration?
Oh, hell no. That man's crazy. I heard nut and jobs, so I thought you were talking about me, that I needed one, but no, I'm all right. I got plenty to do on my own. Thank you much, appreciate it. I tell you what, we got a couple of nut jobs there in D.C. You got Incoherent Joe. You got Giggles, whatever her last name is. And all the people that think D.C. ought to be a state. I thought that D.C. was supposed to be neutral. I don't know, maybe it's just me. But, I must be behind old heat wave. I mean, there are people out here that are just flashing every light they got on to them. That one old boy, I mean, he must have been listening to y'all talking about Leonard Skinner and the dark side of the moon. And, oh my goodness gracious, he lit up the world like it was the sun. And like I said, I must be behind heat wave, but good night. That light blinded me. And I'm quite a ways away, so I figure I must be behind the heat wave. So, anyways, and Brother Rambler, yeah, I tell you what, I appreciate what you had to say, and yeah, my favorites that I go by that I keep to heart: God, country, girls, guns, and booze. I like them in that order. Sometimes I swap them around, but yeah, God's always number one. And I don't do that Maui Wowie nonsense. I like a Roman red. I seen was that
Cheech and Chong? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Where Chong is coming up the sandy lot, getting a ride, and he's pulling out this big fat doobie. He said, what was it, Maui Wowie, San Samia, and Labrador? Because the dog ate his stash, and he was following right behind it. That must have been some bitter stuff.
Right. He was looking for the residual. I remember that.
Yeah.
Got to get it back.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to try to pass this heat wave character, and hopefully I don't get blinded by the light. Hey, there's a song in there somewhere, isn't
I believe there is, yes.
Yeah. And why does heat wave call everybody senior? Do you have a junior? Is that how that works out? I don't understand.
He's saying senor. It's like as in Espanol, senor.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's a senior in French. Okay. All right. Well, that's a new word on me.
There you go.
Well, I'm gonna let you go. You have yourself a good night, and I guess we'll do this again Monday morning.
All right. Yeah, that is the plan. See, that's Espanol, sayonara. Yeah, you didn't realize that? It is 844-3388. On down to the Sunshine State. Florida's chief financial officer is warning. They've actually got this left-wing media monitor group. They go by the name NewsGuard. He said he's ready to leverage the power of his office to protect any Florida businesses that company targets. NewsGuard said the company's actions are in line with the environmental, social, and governance standard. That's the ESG scores that the Florida legislature is targeting in the upcoming session. And their efforts appear to be a larger push to create these social credit scores that will result in debanking or deplatforming private companies. Florida has taken a stand against ESG standards because as fiduciaries, we cannot undermine those in our pension plan from gaining the best returns possible in the name of political outcomes. But what is this NewsGuard? Well, we'll explain. First, we got to get a news break, though. We'll take care of that and back with more on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Colombian government is moving 70 hippopotamuses owned by the late drug lord Carlos Escobar to zoos in Mexico and India Escobar used his enormous cocaine fortune to set up a private zoo on his 7,000-acre estate, spending $2 million on the collection of nearly 2,000 wild and exotic animals from a zoo in Dallas. He later bought 4 hippos, and after his death, the animals roamed around northwestern Colombia and multiplied, threatening the environment and posing a danger to people. A new bill passed by the Florida State Senate would make it easier for people to sue the news media for defamation. Like a similar bill recently passed in the Florida House, the new bill presumes any information from an anonymous source is false and would prevent journalists from shielding the identity of sources if they are sued. The Florida First Amendment Foundation says the Republican bill is horrendous. Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. Plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Michiganders dominate the super farms. Wisconsinites the limited pros. Pro stocks will trek from everywhere from the old line state to the Lone Star State, but there's also a hometown hero in that pack, ready to take the track in Shipshewana. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. The 4th annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals is less than 3 weeks away on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. This week, the NTPA released the list of 63 vehicles that have been committed to appear at this event. As you'll hear in the list to follow, Shipshewana competitors originate from all across the Midwest and probably from a town near where you're listening right now. Invited Superfarm tractors include Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, and Checkin' Out, Jason Benser of Edwardsburg, Michigan, and Plastic Money, Lee Butts of Fairgrove, Michigan, and Press On, Charlie and Nick Capozzo from Richmond, Michigan, and Cruel Intentions, Greg and Rust Freeze from Manchester, Tennessee, and Deer Tracks, Shane Maston from Niles, Michigan, and Thumpin' Pumpkin, Gary Shavink from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, and New Attitude, Tony Sietzma from Allendale, Michigan, and the Wolverine Deer, John Silsby from Union City, Michigan, and Crop Doctor, Stan Warda from Berrien Springs, Michigan, and Hammer and Hank, Chris Weidinger from Reedtown, Ohio, and J.D. Hogg, and Dave Whelan from Tipton, Michigan, and My Last Excuse. Invited 4.1 limited pro stock tractors include Jeff Ball of Lancaster, Wisconsin, and Dr. Deere, Garrett Boldry of Rochester, Indiana, and Smoke Fever, Jamie Campbell of Rossburg, Ohio, and Green Impact, Isaac Conway from Bram, Minnesota, and Operation Detonation, Bill Figgenbaum from Tripola, Iowa, and Instigator, James Geezy from Alma Center, Wisconsin, and Hicktown Hurricane, Dean Liskey from La Center, Minnesota, and Killin' Time, Chris Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Badger Deer, Colin Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Darien Deer, John Lichty from Bern, Indiana, and Rush Hour, Kevin Lindstrom from Ellsworth, Wisconsin, and Hyper Harvester, Doug McKinley from Winnemac, Indiana, and Night Train, and Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee, and Bad to the Bone. Invited pro stock tractors include Tim Ammons from Hagerstown, Maryland, and the Ultimate Harvester, Tim Kane from New Palestine, Indiana, and the Red Gambler, Esden Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and New Generation Plus, Robbie Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and Straight Outta Line, John Link from Hereford, Texas, and Revelation Pro, Rhett Parrish from Marion, Kentucky, and El Nino, Jason Rowan from Farley, Iowa, and Instigator, and also the John Deere 8370R. Henry Smith from Blissfield, Michigan, and Radical Red. Travis Weilman from Edgerton, Wisconsin, and Die Hard Deer. Steve Wishmeyer from Seymour, Indiana, and Barely Getting By, and also Whiskey Wild. And Russ Yoder from Topeka, Indiana, and Extra Butter. We'll list the 25 remaining pullers from the ranks of the Hot Farm tractors and stainless diesel Pro Stock diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in next week's report. Notable names mentioned thus far include 4 past or defending Grand National champions in Super Farm and 2 more in Pro Stocks. And the popcorn magnet from just down State Route 5, Russ Yoder, will bring his bright yellow Minneapolis Moline G1355, which resembles a big block of butter, to the delight of friends and fans alike. Tickets for the NTPA Ship Show on Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and the entire event will be streamed at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunlap. Back to Florida. Back to cancel culture. We were talking about this group called NewsGuard. They rate organizations. NewsGuard's ratings are used by advertising agencies. These agencies, in turn, use the rating system to ban conservative media outlets from getting any advertising revenue. Cancel culture. NewsGuard is a for-profit company founded in 2018 by a guy by the name of Steve Brill, a media entrepreneur who's been a long-time prolific Democrat Party supporter. Donations to Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Chuck Schumer. Well, the Media Research Center examined NewsGuard's ratings system. What they found was this service continually favors left-wing liberal news outlets as, quote, trusted, and negatively rates conservative outlets for not being reliable. December of 21, an analysis of NewsGuard's rating system by the Media Research Center said the company gave an average high score of 93 on a scale of 1 to 100 to left or leaning left news outlets. Based on classifications by the company All Sides, which rates organizations based on their bias. At the same time, outlets that were deemed as right or right-leaning received an average score of 66. Last month, the Media Research Center released their 2022 review of NewsGuard, found a similar bias. discredited leftist website ratings, NewsGuard, has had a year to prove that their rating system is not prejudiced against conservative media, but they are failing miserably, according to the Media Research Center. A new analysis shows that liberal media outlets were rated 25 points higher on average than any right-leaning media outlet, which illustrates how NewsGuard's self-projection as a credibility gatekeeper is a complete joke. They compared NewsGuard to the left-wing monitoring group GDI, which is a European-based monitoring service that's come under fire for their bias as well. NewsGuard claims they're not biased, but their ratings are completely subjective. And they have the same goals as GDI, to silence any conservative news or conservative voices. These are hardly unbiased entities, and any rating system that ranks them as such deserves our scrutiny. To make matters worse, NewsGuard has even ranked several Chinese state-run media outlets higher than the more trustworthy, truthful, popular, conservative U.S. news sources. NewsGuard negatively rates leading conservative outlets, the Washington Times, Newsmax, Breitbart, the Epoch Times, Red State, PragerU, the Daily Wire, and others. They would all get the lower scores. You see how it works? So they actually, you're going to the source, the advertising revenue, trying to kill conservative media. All right, let's get back to the calls here. I think, what do we got, a high-speed pursuit, something going on? What is it, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, well, it was about half an hour ago, so I don't know how much of the destruction on I-95 is still affecting I-95 in Fredericksburg, Virginia, northbound, but at the 126 there, we were down at about the, probably about the 118. We were a little further north than that, probably up to about the 120 maybe, and we see a set of lights with blue lights behind it coming beside us. It's gone. It's like, all right, well, I was doing 70 at the time. And so you can only imagine what part of triple digits they were in. And it all come to a conclusion up at about the 125-mile marker there. He did the Rusty Wallace in the infield at Daytona maneuver, apparently, because there wasn't too much left of his white car or whatever it was started out to be. It's not much more. And they I don't think they were worried about any type of injuries that he'd received in the accident, because there was a trooper on him that was locking up his hands behind his back. And as I say, I don't know, but there was a whole bunch of them showing up. There was a whole bunch of probably going to be road closure. There was debris in the highway, and I don't know what's going on. But as I say, that was all about a half an hour ago down there at the 125. So anybody coming north on 95 in Virginia from Thornburg at the 118, you might be delayed getting to Fredericksburg. So anyways, that's the excitement that I had for this morning.
So they used the old pit maneuver.
I do not know. He might have lost control because they were in a construction zone. But I don't think at over 100 miles an hour they'd be doing the pit maneuver.
Yeah, probably not.
Because at over 100 miles an hour, when you do the pit maneuver, the vehicle doing the maneuver usually gets involved and wrecked as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It only appeared to be one vehicle in the collateral. Didn't have any collateral damage. Only the one vehicle involved by the looks of it. But he'd been over and over multiple times by the time he ended up off the highway. So, but I think they might have pushed him to make him do something he couldn't handle, or he just couldn't handle it anymore, and that's as far as he got. But I don't know. Maybe there'll be something about it for Monday morning. Maybe the Fredericksburg News will come up with something for you, and maybe we can get the rest of the story. But anyways, hey, you had somebody call it. You're talking about that driver there that was trying to get the relief from the hours of service. Now Now, isn't it strange that the most dangerous vehicles on the road get the hours of service waived at the most, what do you call it, dangerous time of the year?
Right.
Would you call winter the most dangerous time of the year to be out here driving, even if we're in control in the bad weather and everything, but with everybody else around us and everything? No. Why wouldn't we use that data? Why wouldn't we use the data from the fuel haulers and the home heating fuel haulers that to see what's really required with the hours of service? Because when my hours of service are waived, my 8-day time is normally somewhere at least 100 hours, between 100 to 110 hours. So the 7 days is usually somewhere up between the 80s and 90s, and as I say, the 8-day time is usually up at least 100 hours, if not a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know. But as you say, the two vehicles that actually were involved in accidents were actually propane trucks, but they were small home delivery ones. They weren't the big transport trailers.
Yep.
They were the small home delivery ones, the little bobtails as they call them. So, but anyways, those things just want to fall over by themselves. I mean, they don't even they just have all kinds of issues with them anyways, slippery roads and ditches, and they get a little bit off kilter, and they upset about like going out in the pasture and tipping cows, Your Honor. So anyways, yeah, they're kind of hairy to drive. But I guess the only other thing there is, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't be so hard on these parents that let the meth go to kid with their school there. Maybe we ought to send the drug people down there to that place there. I got an address for you. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Your Honor.
There you go.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, there's somebody that's letting all kinds of drugs come into our country. Maybe we ought to send them there first and see what we can do about that, I don't know. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you, and I don't know if we'll be able to come up with any news, and maybe I'll see if I can pull off a couple dash cam videos and see if they're worthwhile this morning there. Maybe I can get something, but I don't know. Probably not. But
hey, have you noticed where the days? Have you noticed the days? Sun's coming up a little earlier, setting a little later. Have you noticed that yet?
Yeah, not really.
Just a little?
Not really.
Well, here we are
maybe just a little.
In the month of March, we will gain a total of 84 minutes of daylight. The most amount of daylight we gain in any given month of the year. 84 minutes.
All right. That's not because of daylight savings time, is it? Because that's coming along here, too, pretty quick,
I don't think that rolls around till April, but yeah, that's...
All right. Well, there's more homework for you there. Find out what daylight savings is.
I'll check the date. Thank you, Horse Feathers. Back in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, answer to the question. Yes, the time change is coming up, not this weekend, but next. March 12th. I didn't realize it was just around the corner. I don't think the daylight change factors that in, because really the clock changes and it just, the sun appears to be coming up like earlier in the day or setting later in the day, because you're springing forward. So it's obviously that doesn't change the amount of daylight time on any given day. Once you cross over the winter solstice, though, you start gradually. At first, you're only gaining like a few seconds of daylight each additional day. But by the time you get into the month of March, that daylight expands by 3 daily minutes per day. Here in March. So that's 84 minutes. Yes, indeed. But you are correct there, Horse Feathers. The time does change March the 12th. Not this weekend, but the following. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. I'm just going to give you guys a weather report. I'm bringing the rain your way. I got into it when I got coming into Louisville, and I have not gotten out of it since. And it's the wind's picking up, and it's getting to be a monsoon.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So, yes, it's going to be fun, but I'm going to be thankful I'm not up in southern Michigan.
You've had heavy rain through much of the night in Kentucky. It's been just to the south of us most of the night here. But I mean, the National Weather Service does say heavy rain soon. It's coming our way.
Yep. Yep. And it's going to be here before you know, because I'm just about back into Louisville here in another 15, 20 miles.
Okay.
But yeah, if nobody would have piped up about the time change, I would have let you guys know, because it's on my calendar.
Oh, okay.
Your cell phone, these smarter than me phones, they've gotten smart enough that you can actually put the settings on where it has all the events like the holidays and stuff like that. And you can have that set up in your calendar, so that way you don't even have to worry about it.
Notifications.
It makes you lazy.
You get the notifications. Mm-hmm. Yep.
They make you lazy.
Well, have fun driving. Have fun playing in the rain. It sounds like, I know for our area, it's going to be kind of like an all-day thing. Rain, rain, rain. I'll take it. It's not snow like Chicago. Yeah, enough. A couple inches of rain translates to maybe 6, 8, 10 inches of snow there. Yeah, for the Chicago area. Scarecrow, what you got this morning?
Steve, I wish I had remembered to ask this question earlier. Would have given time of response. The story that ran in our lacrosse paper yesterday, this, I guess, primarily for Eagle, Monkey Gouger. He spends a lot of time in Texas. What makes Buc-ee's convenience stores so popular that they would want over 600 parking spots? Story ran they want to build or move up to just west of Madison, like 74,000 square foot store, 120 separate fueling stations, and although they did say they are not trucker friendly, no restaurant, but 600 plus parking spots. I'm really curious.
Wow.
Figuring somebody down Texas way might have a feel for it, but no, that's as I say, I wish I'd have commented earlier. Rambler, I hope you're still in the praying mood. When you were signing off there, I looked at my manifest. Yep, 000666. That gave me a comforting.
Oh boy.
line. So, That's all I had to lay on you for the moment, Steve. So do it upright over the weekend. Do it again Sunday night. Huh?
That is the plan. All right, have a great weekend. Speaking of which, Wheelchair Dave says, hey, it's a good Skullbuster weekend for racing. On the East Coast, it's the start of the Indy Racing, St. Petersburg, Florida, along with IMSA racing on the city streets. West Coast, you've got the Xfinity and NASCAR late evening races from Las Vegas. Wish my neighbors, Ryan and Kyle Sieg, the best. They finished 14th and 15th in last week's Xfinity race. All right, thank you very much there, Wheelchair Dave in Lake Lanier. And, of course, who we got here? There's Shorty. Happy Friday, coffee up, morning Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Sta-Bil. Well, this morning the rain starts in Indiana and continues all day. This winter storm's supposed to hit the Toledo to Detroit and the North Greater area about noonish. 3 to 6 for Detroit, snow-wise, 3 to 6 inches. 6 to 10, Detroit North and West Michigan today. Have a great weekend, everybody. 297 days till Christmas. All right. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for the greater Detroit suburbs of Sterling Heights. Have a great weekend. All right, yeah, and get that job done before the snow rolls in there. Steve checks in from Columbus, right? Friday's here. We're definitely looking forward to the weekend. Nothing major planned, so maybe let's just hope for a restful one. But the coffee is hot. We're warming up the race car. Time to head into town, see what the folks are throwing away today. Yet the rain is a-coming. Check your local listings. Everybody enjoy the day and enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much, Steve, there in Columbus. Yeah, and I got your message there. Kevin said, yeah, daylight savings starts next weekend. That is correct. March the 12th. All right. Someone had questioned here about a week ago. Didn't Congress pass something to make daylight savings time permanent, whatever? And, it's passed in the Senate, but it hasn't passed the House. And obviously, so it hasn't gone to the president's desk. I don't know. Yeah, obviously next week we'll be talking about it probably all week long. Again, the health experts will be out and about saying, yeah, we got to stop this change in the time thing because we're going to see more people having accidents and more heart attacks in that week after the 12th, 13th through the 18th. It's just an annual occurrence. All right, one final reminder here on a Friday morning for over 60 years. Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's amazing how quickly that gas begins to go stale. That's why Sta-Bil storage comes into play. Keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And don't forget, if you'll go to the website goldeagle.com, place your order for Sta-Bil, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, 15% off your entire order. Hopefully, you'll join us back here at the midnight hour Sunday night. We'll kick off a new week with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.